And we're back with another episode of the Lakers Fast Break Podcast. It's Gerald Glassford coming right back at you here from Lakers Fast Break Pop Culture Cosmos, where we cover the latest news and trends in pop culture each and every week, twice a week, wherever you get your podcasts. Inside Sports Fantasy Football. Of course, Joe Soro is traveling on the way to Northern California. He is going to stop intermittently in. Hopefully it won't be the last episode ever with Joe Soro, because he has sworn and vowed that if the Lakers draft Bronny James, he will no longer be part of this show. Or actually, he'll stop watching Lakers basketball, I think he said. So let's hope that's not going to be the case. But you can catch him at simpleaids with y.com, and of course, Ox1947 at LakersBall.com. John Costa's here. Go ahead and check out what he's doing today on Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner. Please subscribe and help him out today as a growing YouTuber. Or, well, actually, so am I. What a quinkydink. But also as well, of course, you got Stone Hansen, who's been all over Twitter today at report_cord, giving you the breakdown on the NBA draft. He was a major part of what we did yesterday on the mock draft. So please go ahead and check out and support him and his Upside Swings NBA Draft podcast and report_cord on Twitter. Also as well, of course, our good friends, Lakers in 5, Empire Jeff TV. Also as well, of course, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Yo! Also as well, of course, John McCallion channel. All these great channels. The Lakerholics crew of Jamie Sweet and Laker Tom. Alfred Esmond, Orlando Magic Daily, Legend 350, all these great places you need to go ahead and support. And I will be sending out the link to our friends out there who want to stop by on the show. And in order to do so, you just go ahead and hit me up, LakersFastBreak@yahoo.com. But please, upon all pleases, please support us. We're going to be working hard for you today, covering the NBA draft. Playback, not available today, but we're still here for you on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, course, right here on YouTube, everywhere you get your social media, except for TikTok, which of course we've been banned thanks to Joe. But please like and share and subscribe today to get the latest notifications on when we go live on the air with the latest Lakers Fast Break podcast. Well, the NBA draft is here 30 minutes before the start of the NBA draft. Already there's a little bit of flurry of action, and here today to go ahead and break down everything, including his thoughts on all the stuff that's gone down so far, the wheeling and dealing Brooklyn's doing, New York getting, well, a great forward that they picked up for 6, I think 5 and a swap or something. A whole bunch of draft picks. Yeah, 5 and a swap, I think, as well. Yeah, it's mind-numbing. Also as well, of course, you know, they worked out a deal with Houston. New York Knicks also went ahead and signed OG Anunoby, or come to these terms and agreed to terms on that. Portland just made a trade. And also Miami Heat Culture just signed Bam Adebayo. All the stuff we're going to go ahead and try and cover over the next few hours, plus the NBA draft. And who will the Lakers pick? We'll find that out coming up. It is, of course, John Costa. John, great to have you here as I'm whacking my camera around. I'm so sorry, camera. I'm so sorry. But it is, of course, John Costa from Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner. Great to have you here, my friend, covering the NBA as only you can, my friend.
Gerald, it's good to be back, man. Lakers Fast Break family, it's so good to be back. After the season ended, let me rewind. After the Lakers season ended, I was, saying a little bit upset, but I still kept doing my content both on Lakers Corner and Clutch Talk. And then once after the finals ended, I got super sick, guys. I was just super sick. And so that's why I have not came on here in a long time. But that is why it's super good to be back, guys. Gerald, super happy to be back here with you. So much is going on in the NBA. And I'm happy because I feel like ever since with the new CBA, the new CBA said that right after finals is over, you could just start making trades immediately. And I'm just so happy because I feel like usually this would be such a dead time in the NBA, but we got trades going off that we could talk about. We got teams getting better, teams putting pressure on a lot of other teams. I mean, the New York Knicks, man, talk about a move. Talk about a move. I mean, that was a whole lot of draft capital. I agree, but talk about a move, acquiring a big piece. That's gonna fit. Chemistry is huge and whatnot. But no, Gerald, I'm very happy to be here. Can't wait to get into all this. And anybody that really knows me and follows my channel knows I'm not a big draft guy because I don't really watch much college sports. I'll know the top couple of guys, but I do hear that this draft class is super weak. But I don't know. I'm just more the type of guy that's like, let me see you once you get to the league because that's all that matters to me. I don't care what you did in college. Show me when you get to the league. But happy to be here, Joe.
Happy to have you here, my friend. We're here for a long haul. So sit back, relax, everyone. Unfortunately, we cannot show you the draft live, but we'll report on it as best we can. Instant these draft picks come out, we'll provide analysis as best we can and go ahead and talk about it on the air. We are just glad to have you here supporting us here at the Lakers Fast Break. Truly cannot thank you enough for doing so. It is, of course, Gerald Glassford along with John Costa. Where do you want to start, my friend? You were not with us last night for a coverage, so you have the choice to go ahead and start wherever you want. There's a little bit of flurry of action heading into what's going on. Plus, we're still trying to figure out who in the heck is going to be chosen number one.
Wow. I mean, let's see here.
By the way, just so you know, 10 seconds ago, Nick Claxton signed a 4-year, $100 million deal to return to the Nets. Kind of weird that they're doing that if they just traded away their best player. But okay.
Where are you getting all these quickly updates?
Adrian Wojnarowski just dropped it 10 seconds ago.
Okay, I love that. All right, well, I mean, great for Nick Claxton. I mean, I think that he's a great player. He's an amazing big, a really slept on big. I think he would be a type of player that he'd really like thrive in with a Luka type player, just simple, just pick and roll, pick and lob type player. But like how you said, it doesn't really make sense with the Nets like that because they should be tanking, and I don't know. Is he young? Is he young enough to tank with? How young or how old is Nick Claxton? Let's figure that out right now.
I think he's about 25, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, Gerald, right on the money. Yeah, he's 25. I mean, I guess he could be part of a rebuild. I guess it could work, but I don't know.
It really does. It's kind of weird when you're okay. The idea behind trading Mikal Bridges to New York was so obviously recouping a lot of the draft picks. In fact, well, actually now they're almost in the range of OKC as far as the number of draft picks. I think they have like 15 or 16 leading into up to 2031 as far as number one draft picks. So they got themselves literally overnight with draft picks, but at the cost of hurting your short term. But that's not going to look so bad because in 2025, you've got one of the best draft classes. This supposedly is one of the worst draft classes. Next year's class is supposedly one of the best, which comes just in time for Brooklyn to make some wheeling and dealing to get those draft picks done.
You know what's crazy, Joe? Do you remember when Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce went to the Nets and when the Nets first kind of opened up their arena and were really getting into the groove of things, and they gave up a whole bunch of draft picks? Like that's kind of it's kind of the opposite of what's going on now. They're probably just trying to make up for some lost time. Understand that this isn't that it's not their time right now, but let's stack up and get ready for the future because I don't know. I feel like the league is going to keep getting better and better and better. Talent is going to keep getting better and better and better.
Absolutely. And again, we'll be posting you live coverage as soon as these draft picks get done. We will be reporting it right here at the Lakers Fast Break, each and every pick right here in the first round. Plus, we'll be back tomorrow. 1 p.m. Pacific, right here for you as well. At the Lakers and also as well the NBA are doing a second round on a different day. Your thoughts on this? A lot of mixed reaction to it in regards to why they're doing this. I call it the Bronny Invitational because that's when he'll most likely be picked, unless Phoenix or the Lakers get actually some chutzpah and actually try to go ahead and or craziness and actually try to draft him today. So your thoughts, my friend, on doing this over a 2-day span. I still have issues with it because the second round, in my opinion, has always been something that they kind of glossed over. They usually, when you watch ESPN's coverage, the second round was always going like in the background while they were interviewing like first round draft picks or not some, like an hour later after they got drafted, they were always like interviewing and doing some extra reporting or talking about trades or things like that. And in the background, the second round is going on like an afterthought. Now it will actually be out in the forefront, but will anyone care?
I mean, I think that there will be the majority of people won't care. I'll be honest, but there will be some of those guys who are just real hoop heads, real hoop junkies who they really like. They care. They care, and I feel like if you've been paying attention, like in general, I feel like a theme with NBA recently has just been like finding those second round gems, those gems in the second round who end up being the big time difference maker for your team, like in a couple years down the road. And I feel like maybe the NBA is recognizing that as well. Also, broadcasting another day, probably just making a lot more money with these commercials. So much of
Always about the money.
Always about the money, real money move. But I mean, hey, giving some love to the second round picks because they deserve it. They deserve it too.
Absolutely. Homelander is asking if we already drafted Bronny yet. The answer is definitively no, and let's hope it stays that way. I definitely do not want them to, under any circumstances, draft him for any reason. First or second round, I think it would be a mistake and a massive one at that. But we'll see. Again, it is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. It is, of course, John Costa from Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner. Please support him and his great channel and the hard work that he does on his channels. Plus, also, of course, like and subscribe. If you're new to our channel, we're here over 300 days a year, giving you the best of Lakers and the NBA information. So definitely glad to have you here. Even Ray Joe, who I know you don't know, he's been here the past few days. He will say the craziest things in regards to LeBron and the Lakers, but we enjoy having him here as well. Ray Joe is looking to get Bronny at 17. And of course, if that means, it's our future. Our future will be in the toilet if that happens. So DBSH, great to have you here as always. Edey at 17, Bronny at 55. DBSH. Oh my gosh. Edey, I can handle at 17, I guess. I think that's still a little high than what he should be picked at, but he actually may go higher than that because he was invited to the green room, which he declined. So that means that maybe somebody in the lottery might be picking him up. I just think that he's gone up so far, so fast from what he was when he actually went back to college because he was told he wasn't good enough yet to be drafted. Your thoughts on something like that? Again, he played well. He's two-time National Player of the Year, played well in the NCAA tournament, held his own. But there's obvious logistical changes that you have to make in your offense and defense if he actually is becoming a part of your rotation.
So, like I was saying earlier, I honestly do not watch much college basketball. I only really watch in March, to be honest with you, only because of just how cool it is. I like the atmosphere of it all. But from what I've seen, and I'm not going to judge this man's entire career from the couple games that I've seen, but from what I've seen, that transition to the NBA for him is going to be a tough one. Like he is, I feel like, kind of in the middle. Like he's a big guy, but he definitely doesn't have the ability to I feel like have quick puppies and be quick on his feet and be able to stay with some of the bigger guys in his league who could really move. But I also feel like if he got put in the post by a Andre Drummond type player, a Yusuf Nurkic type player, like one of those guys who are just big and know how to throw their weight around, not even necessarily good, he wouldn't even have an answer for that either. But I mean, hey, let's see. I can't, like I said, I can't make full judgment on couple games that I watched, but I'm excited to see. I'm what I like, is like I think it's cool sometimes watching like a cool college story, like, oh man, like he this guy like did this or did that. Like the last like college story I really followed, to be honest with you, was John Wall, just because like I was so fascinated by the dance he had, the John Wall dance. But like I just feel like college runs, to me, and people might find this as a hot take, are just so like meaningless. Like in my opinion, what matters is the NBA. What matters is winning at the highest levels. It was like if I was good enough to where I had a decision of skipping college and going straight to the league, or even doing what someone like LaMelo and RJ Hampton and them did, which is like going to play professional somewhere else, then going to the league. Like I just feel like that's what I'm saying, so much better, because the goal is getting to the league. So I don't know, but yeah, that's how I feel about that, Joe. What about you? What about chat?
No worries, my friend.
How does the chat feel about that?
I'll tell you what, the chat is very high on Zach Edey. They have been for days, a lot higher than Joe and I have been. So they may get their wish tonight. It could be Zach Edey. The Bronny at 55 thing, again, it's the number 55 pick, whoever that is, the Bronny James or otherwise. It's going to be hard. It's going to be an uphill climb for them to get into the league. It always is for a late second round draft choice. But I still think that Bronny James is not one of the top 60 players in this draft. I still think that with the fact that he's a 6'1" guard who doesn't shoot or can't shoot right now, he does have some athletic gifts. Supposedly he can play defense, but again, he's 6'1". So get him in a matchup with a certain guard that's anything above 6'3", 6'4", and he will start to have trouble with that. I think we're going to see. We're going to see how people just adjust that. And are they drafting him because he's Bronny James Jr., or are they drafting him because they really think that he can go somewhere in the league? And again, if his name was John Costa, for instance, right,
he'd be a better basketball player than.
There you go. Absolutely. But if his name was John Costa and had those kind of ratings right now, I think he would have been told immediately to go back to college, or John Smith, or Ray Jones, or Ray Joe. There you go. A guy like in our chat, he would have been told to go back to college, but because he's Bronny James Jr., he's trying to make his own way. He's ruffled. He and of course Clutch have ruffled a few feathers, but it is what it is, my friend. And speaking of ruffling a few feathers, I know that you know the controversy about JJ Redick getting sworn in as the coach on Monday, but controversy soon followed, because when it comes right down to it, let's put it out there. I forget what her name is. I have to get her name. A author on Twitter, a noted author on Twitter. She said at the time that she was going to school, I believe, it was actually during a Duke game. He was on the court, JJ was on the court, and threw a racial slur at her, reportedly. And he is, of course, denying everything, any way, shape, or form of that. But it has picked up steam. I just saw it reported on CNN. So it's starting to pick up steam as far as the actual story is concerned. With what was said. And JSJ, quick. Yes, she did wait 20 years to say it. I mean, he had his whole entire career. He had his media career. And all of a sudden, she noted it because he was getting named in that press conference. So
that's kind of crazy.
I just want to hear your thoughts on it, my friend, because I hadn't had a chance to talk about it with Joe. And I know it's becoming a little bit larger and larger of an article and an issue. More outlets are picking this up.
That's kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. That's a little bit ridiculous. Like, I just feel like you clearly want attention, or you're clearly just trying to get something just the second he gets hired, and the money he's making, and he's just a public figure, like exactly what Jay said. And honestly, I don't know why, but for me, I can't see the chat on the computer saying that like it's not supported on the platform, but I just pull it up here on my phone. So I just seen your chat now. So what's good, Jay? What's good, everybody in the chat? But I agree with exactly what Jay said. There's like she just 20 years later, now she's coming out talking out about it. Like, he had all this time, and now come on. That's just that. That's kind of crazy.
Again, it's not my place to say again, but I'm just telling you, like you said, if you have an issue with the time frame involved, that he had a extended career for 20 years, 10 plus years, goes on the air in front of a worldwide audience as far as ESPN, ABC, all that type of stuff, has his podcast and his podcast empire with LeBron James, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and then gets named head coach. Again, I'm neither a supporter nor a detractor of JJ Redick. I have been sarcastic and called the Lakers hired a podcaster, which technically they have. I'm not sure how it's going to work out. I got to see how it plays out on court. But yeah, just the fact that it's being brought up now, the timing of it, I don't know. Again, it may have happened, it may have not. And if it did happen, that's reprehensible and terrible. And then it should be, but it's also the Lakers not vetting, doing a good job of vetting as well. I think they should have approached this issue, because they're now approaching this and having to deal with this issue in a public forum.
I agree, but I just feel like even if it did happen, like I just feel like it's an unfortunate situation, but it's just like something that I feel like we can move on from, like I just feel like I just feel it's like, all right, situation kind of happened. I'm sure if JJ Redick sat down with her and had a conversation and apologized for his actions, I don't know, maybe he was going through something that day. I don't know. I just feel like people not only
place at all for that. For me, for someone that's to say that at all, there's no place at no time. What kind of ever date it happened for JJ to have said that to her, for whatever she might have been saying back or responding back, because I'm sure that reason why, or maybe one of the reasons why, was she maybe have done some, whatever particulars as far as chanting or calling him name or whatever, because it was a game. It was a basketball game being played at the time. So, you get into a college game, those college games can be quite boisterous. So yes. Okay. Again, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it. Again, your thoughts out there, if you want to go ahead and express it. It's something we didn't touch on because it was just coming to light when Joe and I were talking about it. So we just wanted, it was coming out of the rumor stage. It was actually being reported on. It was actually being tweeted upon by the young lady in question. So again, it's something that I'm sure that they'll have to deal with more. And as now more and more, I guess outlets are picking this up. It's something that, if you guys want to touch on it, we'll touch on it here with the Lakers Fast Break. But again, this something that could be blown up and big and something big for JJ Redick, or could be just swept under the rug.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just think it just came at a very timely fashion for her.
And that's always, that's in this day in the society, as far as social media and the world we live in and the internet and all that, timing is always a key. So
Pale Fox said JJ might beat her down next time he sees her. That's hilarious.
I'm not gonna even go there on that one.
No. I mean, not that domestic violence is hilarious, but I'm just saying, like, that what Pale said is funny.
Exactly, my friend. But let's get back to the draft again. I do want to mention that Portland did make a deal earlier today. Denny Advia goes to Portland. Another, I don't know is this Washington getting off a asset as far as maybe them just saying, you know what, we've got Sarr or Ricochet coming to Washington, so we need to make spots available. So what we're going to do is free up some space. So Denny Advia goes to the Portland Trailblazers for Malcolm Brogdon, who we had talked about for the Lakers, and the 14th pick, and a 14th pick tonight for the Malcolm Brogdon, the 14th pick tonight, and a 2029 pick as well. So
wait, so hold on. Run that back one more time for me.
Denny Advia goes to Portland.
Okay.
Malcolm Brogdon, the 14th pick tonight, which was Washington, is now going to be Portland. It was Portland. Now it's going to be Washington. So Washington gets Brogdon, the 14th pick tonight, and a 2029 pick as well. Your thoughts?
That's a good move for Washington. I'm not gonna lie. I like that move. I mean, you're gonna like you said, you're gonna bring in Alex Sarr. You want to give him all the space. Like one thing that I'm a big believer of is like, you want to have like maybe like one or two vets on the team, but you don't want to have too many old players because they just take away from young players' chances to be able to go out there and just make mistakes. Like that's the best way to learn this league. Go out there, play, get stripped, go games where you have a terrible plus minus, go out there and have donuts, but do that when you're young and learn in those moments. So then, when you get older.
He's only 23. I want to say 23. So,
I mean, I guess comparatively to his peers, because some of these guys are coming first year out of college. He's, I guess, relatively old, but that's not old in what I'm saying, real life, and he's still a young guy. But what I was getting at was the Wizards not only opened up space for him to be able to do that all that he wants in his position, but now they have the 14th pick, so they have now the second pick tonight and the 14th pick. I mean, hey, I think that was a pretty good move in my opinion. I think Danny Avdia kind of hit his ceiling in my opinion.
Plus, Brogdon is an expiring contract, about $22 million. So $22 million will be coming off your books at the end of the season, plus a 2029 pick as well. So yes,
and you might like a player like Brogdon. I hope that they ship him though. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm not trying to see him be part of a rebuild. I think he's like 31 years old, and he'd be an amazing player on the Lakers for sure. But just really any team trying to contend, any team trying to go to that next level. That's a freaking 3-and-D point guard basically. that's really what he's like. Can clamp up on one end, can run your team, facilitate, knock down the open shot when left open. I mean, he can do a little bit of everything out there.
He can. He's a jack of all trades and a master of none. That's what I call Denny Avdia, and that's the problem. Will he ever master one thing in particular to the point where he becomes a priority on the offensive end? We'll have to wait and see. But Denny Avdia moves over to Portland. Curious for Portland's sake what they're doing there. I don't know what they're doing there in Portland. It's like a mixed mash of different type players. I see it very similar along the lines of Detroit, where it's just all these pieces, and I don't think many of them really fit. So we'll have to go ahead and wait and see exactly what pans out in Portland. Could the Lakers be beneficiaries of it? I know Jeremy Grant's name has been mentioned in the past couple of days. Sexton from Utah has also been mentioned in the past couple of days. BD on Twitch, what's up, Bag and Dragon? Always great to have you here, my friend. Always wanted to let you know what's going on. It is, of course, John Costa from Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner, along with me, Gerald Glassford. Truly appreciated. Joe will try to chime in. He is in travel. He's en route to Northern California, so I'm wishing him safe travels first and foremost. Yes, Yaikin. Well, Yaikin, no Bronny for the Lakers. If the Phoenix Suns want to draft him at 21, I think they are, by all means. They've worked him out twice, including yesterday. Your thoughts on Bronny James? Phoenix Suns are a very interesting team. There's now rumors because of what Houston did in their trade yesterday that they're loading up for a trade for either Devin Booker or Kevin Durant. They worked out Bronny James for a second time. But yeah, my friend, your thoughts on what Phoenix could be doing in regards to a possible big move to get off a contract or bring in Bronny James?
Man, I honestly, again, everything I say here, I need everybody to take it with a grain of salt. Because I don't watch too many college basketball games, but from the games that I watched Bronny, I think I watched Bronny maybe 3 or 4 games. I don't know. I didn't think he was league ready. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I really don't think he is. Again, from those 3 or 4 games that I watched, and one of them was live, mind you. One of them was live, and I got to sit 3 rows behind the bench. But I just felt like he's a good player. He's a good player, but he's not just yet league ready. And I think
it's unfortunate, and I honestly feel bad for him because he's held to just a ridiculous expectation, like exactly what you were saying earlier, Gerald. Of like if his name was anything else, like just probably wouldn't even be in this draft. To be honest with you, they tell him like, "Hey, yo, son, I'm gonna need you to come back here, dude. Like I need another like 2 years, something like that. Let's see how much you get better in the offseason." But because his name is Bronny, what's up? Talk to me, Gerald.
Oh, I just want to say thank you for subscribing us or following us on Twitch, Parade on Figueroa. I like that name, Parade on Figueroa. There,
I like
John.
that. That's a good name. Parade on
Nice.
Figueroa.
There you go. We
That
will
is
be having another parade, hopefully sooner rather than later, my friend. But continue on. As the draft is just about ready to get started, we will report it to you live and report the picks, and I'll actually display on the screen. But your last thoughts, my friend, on this, on what's going on with the Phoenix Suns, because they could be a major player in tonight's draft.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we don't get Bronny, I'm cool with that because that's just gonna. It's just gonna. Not only is he not the fit that we need, but it's gonna bring more media attention than there already is. It's a ridiculous team with the most media attention. As long as he doesn't come to the Lakers, I'm good.
The first pick has not been announced as of yet. It will be in the next few minutes.
Gerald, real quick, where are you watching this? Where are you watching this?
Where am I watching? I'm watching it on ESPN. I've got that on my tab. I can't show it on the screen. I would love to show everyone on the screen right behind me. But unfortunately, ESPN would flag us, give us a copyright strike, and the channel would be taken off the air. So unfortunately, I can't do that. Playback, unfortunately, also did not list ESPN's draft, so I was not able to do that. So I apologize for that. So I am following it live on ESPN.com. Following it through there. Also, as well, I'm following on Twitter because it's the favorite time of the year. Adrian Wojnarowski versus Shams Charania, and who can go ahead and spoil the draft picks on Twitter faster?
That's crazy.
I love the competition. Yeah, I love it. Because they'll do it like minutes before Adam Silver ever gets to the podium. So it's going to be great to see. So yes, who wins in this battle of the leakers, the NBA leakers, as far as the who leaks the picks ahead and who picks it faster? We'll go ahead and report it to you live, though. If you don't want us to spoil it, well, you'll know anyways. Come on, you'll know anyways. Darth Drager Gerald said Lakers Nation is doing a live stream. Should I go troll again? I cannot say you should, because every time I say you shouldn't, you do it anyways. So that is all up to you, Darth Drager, aka CB. So you do go what you need to do. Again, it's our live coverage of the NBA draft. We're bringing you here. It is John Costa from Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner. Truly appreciate you joining us. Again, we will go ahead and your thoughts, everyone out there. I know that Zach Edey is a popular choice at number 17. Drago says no Bronny. Cam Christie, yes. A solid choice of Cam Christie. I think that's a very respectable thoughts on there. Cam Christie is supposed to be around that area and available. Absolutely no Bronny. I can definitely respect that. I know that's about right now in the betting odds, my friend. He's about 250 to 1 to be the number one pick. Bronny James is also the most bet on individual on BetAG for the number one pick. Your thoughts on that? How hilarious people want to go ahead and lose money so much because Bronny James is Bronny James.
He's number one.
He's the number one. More people are putting money on him to be the number one pick than anyone because his odds are so long.
People, that's a terrible bet. That's a terrible bet. That's silly. I honestly, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know how to respond to that. Like, that's nonsense. Why would anyone do that? People that are not watching.
Well, I will tell you though, my friend, it's great to have you here. Once again, it is John Costa from Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner. Truly appreciate you joining us. Watching a live stream. If you want to go ahead and check on Twitter, it is available right now. Adam Silver is laying out the rules for the draft right now. So it's the TSN coverage. Just want to let you know, John, in case you want to bring up on another screen, it's just go to glzo.s. Once again, I cannot bring up the coverage live here. I apologize for that. Otherwise, the channel will be taken down most likely immediately, if not a little bit later. So I will recommend, if you do want to check out a stream on the tab while we're here, first pick is being announced right now.
Oh, let's see.
Okay, the Atlanta Hawks are on the clock as of now. So the Atlanta Hawks Legend 350s team, you're on the clock. It is the Atlanta Hawks on the clock. I have not seen any reports yet from Adrian or Shams, but I will be typing it in here. They're talking about it right now. So I'm going to write that again. If glzo.s on Twitter does have the live stream of it right now, I will give them props and let everybody know. So Blue Magic says they're going for Sarr. Others say Risache. Sarr did not work out for Atlanta, John. Although he just was on live just a few minutes ago, stating that he has no disrespect for Atlanta, but he just thought he would have a better opportunity in Washington. Your thoughts on who might go first, my friend?
Man, I hope it's Sarr, to be honest. But like, honestly, guys, like I'm gonna be honest, like I have never seen that Zachary guy play a single game. Like, cause that's how little I watched, to be honest. So I don't even.
Well, he's international, but so is Sarr. But we did see him live. He did play against the G League Ignite, his Australian pro team. So you did get to see some of his action. That's where he really made his mark. I know I kidded that Montes Bucelas, who was also supposed to be going in and around the top 5. Sarr made his. Whatever Sarr gets picked out today, he should thank Buzelis because he blocked Buzelis and made him look stupid for most of that game.
Oh, really?
So I will say now that, again, I think that Sarr might be, I don't know. Risa Shea, to me, pans out as a very solid all-around player. But Sarr also looks to me about rotation player. That's the problem with this draft. There are very few individuals that I see that have a ceiling where they could top out really well. And I think that's why people are having issues with what's going on right now. So,
yeah. Okay. Update. I got the draft here pulled up. So I just muted it for now. I'm just gonna just turn it on just whenever Adam Silver says the pick. But got the draft pulled up. We're live. We're lit, Gerald. I mean, hey, look, this is the start of a new life for a lot of these young men, Gerald. This is a big day. This is a big day. This is a big day for sure. I'll be honest. Like I said, don't know too much about all these guys, but we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out who has that dog in them and who understands that.
I do have the results. Sham wins this first round. Do you want me to go ahead and post it, everyone? If you want me to post it, let me know right now. I will post it for everybody out there. The first pick.
I'm cool with it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and do it. If you guys say go, okay, don't get mad. No hating on me. I'm going to go ahead and post it right now. There you go. And there you go. Atlanta has selected Zachary Risache as the number 1 pick in the 2024 NBA draft.
Wow.
Yeah, so there you go. That is the first choice of the Atlanta Hawks. Parade on Figueroa says, it's Rob working the phones right now. He would not be doing his job, Parade on Figueroa, if he isn't. If he isn't trying to work out some deal. 17th pick in a weak draft. The odds of you getting a player that can contribute, like let's say Triple J in Miami last year, or Podziemski, Trace Jackson Davis, players who could contribute later in the draft, the chances of you finding that in this draft supposedly are weaker. So yes, I would be on the phones right now, Parade on Figueroa. Sports Baby says he was projected. He was. Alex Sarr coming into the month was the projected number 1, but Zachary Risache took over that spot in many analysts' minds because they felt that between his all-around game, because he does, like we talked about with Denny Avdia, he does a lot of things well at an earlier age. Sarr, for him, I think he could become a high-end rotation player, but he also didn't work out for Atlanta because Sarr wanted to go ahead and probably position himself to be picked second with Washington because he feels he's going to get a better opportunity there. And with Washington trading away a forward, clearing more space and time, John, for Sarr at number 2, most likely who will go there. So your thoughts on what's going on, at least at the top of the draft, my friend?
It's so cool and interesting to see, especially for someone like me who's been watching basketball for a long time. Like, we got at least the top 2 guys. I think that Reed Shepherd guy went to college, but again,
Kentucky.
don't watch. Yeah. See, okay, so I know at least a little bit of that college basketball stuff, but it's just so cool to see that we got like 2 of the top picks, of the top 2 picks are like they played overseas, they played somewhere else. Like they didn't take the traditional route, and it's great to see our game expanding. Where is that Zachary guy from?
Zachary Richichet, again, France, has played in France with the Pro League team overseas. Not a great Pro League team, but it is he put them at a more competitive level. So definitely want to go ahead and mention that he was playing at a high level for them in France. And Adam Silver is actually announcing the pick as of right now. And on the clock at number 2 is the Washington Wizards. So there you go. The Zachary Richichet has been announced as the top pick in the number 1 draft. Your thoughts, my friend, again, when it comes to number 2 now with Alex Sarr, again, 7-footer out of France as well, playing in the Australian League. Definitely looking like, for me, what I saw and why I evaluated someone who can become a stretch 4/5. So, yes, absolutely. Definitely looking forward to hearing your thoughts on that because, again, Zachary Richichet is the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. And so number 2, we'll see what happens, but it's most likely going to be Alexander Sarr. So, yes.
It will most likely be Alexander Sarr. And, yeah, man, it's crazy. Yeah, Sports Baby said it best. He said Frenchman 2 years in a row. And now, and this year, so you said that both Alex and that Zachary guy are both French?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow, look at that, man. The last 2 years, they get the number 1 pick, and this year get the number 2 pick. That's impressive. Basketball is growing. Global sport, man. And then as far as who we think is going to get picked up next, I definitely think that, Alex Sarr is going to get picked up here by the Hawks. And you said that he was on live stream talking about how he meant no disrespect to the Wizards.
Yeah, he had an interview with ESPN in their prep leading up to the draft here just about 20 minutes or so ago. And he did indicate that he did not mean any disrespect to Atlanta, but this is about better opportunities for him because right now you do have Clint Capella, Onyeka Okongwu, Jalen Johnson, who is a great part of their future. And that's a lot of power forward / center. So if you get another power forward / center, exactly where are you going to be able to get the kind of time to grow your game as a number 1 draft pick? So I think that Sarr was looking at his best interests in mind. Again, we will hear what we have to say as far as the draft is concerned here upcoming. But yes, right now, I'm looking at Jovan Buha on Twitter talking about the Lakers practice facility in El Segundo, UCLA Health Center. I just saw Dave McMenamin there right next to Jovan Buha. So, yes, they're all right there reporting on the scene, waiting for some type of action. Mike Trudell is there as well. So, yes, right now, there's little anticipation on the Lakers doing anything other than what they're doing at 17. Are you hoping for some type of movement by the Lakers today?
I would rather, I'd be more okay with giving up that pick for if there was the right move, if we could find the right move and it could be something that could set us up for success and more right now and not as much for the future, I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to that. I'll be honest with you. I really
Okay.
wouldn't.
Well, I just there. If you're committing to LeBron, if you're committing to D'Lo, if you're committing to this whole idea of trying to run it back with a team that wasn't top level competitive last year, let's just be frank. Okay, they lost in the first round of the NBA playoffs. Then you've got to build and have key pieces that are ready and available now. And a 17th pick in this draft may not be ready and available now. You already picked or you already drafted last year 2 so far draft busts. And they have to, JHS and Maxwell Lewis do have time to change that, but right now they're draft busts. So they need to go ahead and do what they can to get players that are ready now to compete at a level with what's going on with the Lakers' future. So I'm very concerned, my friend. This is a pivotal time. And will Rob get it done? Because last year he didn't get it done as far as drafting is concerned. So maybe a trade needs to be in order for the Lakers to get better.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that if the Lakers want to get better, if the Lakers are going to lean in with this, we're going to let LeBron lead us, let LeBron and AD lead us. Well, then that means that we're in win now mode, and being in win now mode means you got to put up a competitive roster. And like how you said, us being at the 17th pick, where I don't think we're going to be able to really put up much of a competitive roster with one of these draft picks in the old LeBron. I'm gonna get some water.
Oh, no worries. He's getting some water real quick. So you got me. It's Gerald Glassford. Thanks so much again for watching, listening. Truly appreciate you joining us. Again, we're here for our live coverage of the NBA draft. John's getting something to drink right now because we're here for the long haul. We're here for the evening. Going to go ahead and bring to you, of course, what's going on in the NBA draft. And right now, the second pick, Shams wins again in this race. So letting you know out there. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put it out on all platform. Zachary Richichet went number 1, and Alexander Sarr has gone number 2. He is going to the Washington Wizards. Just to let everybody know, he has been, the call has been made, and he is going to be the number 2 pick of the Washington Wizards. They haven't announced it as of yet, but he is going to be the number 2 pick of the NBA draft. Again, forward center, can be able to stretch it out to 3-point range. In fact, the offense was geared around him being a stretch 5. He is out of France, but did play in the Australian League. So we'll see what happens. It is Alexander Sarr being picked at number 2. Definitely individual that hopefully will be able to help Washington's woes. And hopefully they'll be able to start improving with today's stats. Bang and Dragon says his stats look way better than the number 1 pick. Yes, I can just tell you from my observations on Richichet looks like he could be a really good player in league. He might have a little bit better upside, but the steady rotation player, the guy that I think has a ceiling where he might be, he's less of a risk to me, Bag and Dragon, because of what he can bring on both the offensive and defensive end, especially on the defensive end. Very athletic, can make sure rim protect, one of the best rim protectors in this draft. And the fact that he can stretch it out to the 3, plus the fact he's 7 feet, and as he gets stronger and adds a little bit more bulk, he's going to be able to go ahead and play effectively at both the 4 and 5 and guard effectively. He also guards effectively out on the perimeter, in my opinion, as well. So I think Sarr was my number 1 choice leading into in the draft, along with Ron Holland. I think Ron Holland, is going to be a great scorer in this league as well, but we don't know where he's going. He's been projected anywhere from 5 to 20 at various points in this mock draft, when he was once the number 1 prospect at one time. I know that Stone thinks of him really highly, and definitely will look forward to hearing more from Stone in the coming days. Please follow him at report_court on Twitter. But it is right now Gerald Glassford. Truly appreciate you joining us. Once again, the number 1 pick has been Zachary Richichet out of France, and another Frenchman, Alex Sarr, who played in the Australian Basketball League. is the number 2 draft choice right there for you. Again, looking forward to hearing what you have to say about the pick so far. Will the Lakers do anything to move up? Houston has already made their choice as well. I want to go ahead and put that here up right now here in a second. I will give that to you. John, let me know when you're ready to come back on. I'll get you back on.
I'm good.
All
I'm
right,
good.
get you back on. All right. The Houston Rockets, speculation on whether or not they were going to keep this pick or trade, have actually made the pick, and they have selected Reed Shepherd at number 3 right there. So Reed Shepherd out of Kentucky is the number 3 pick. There was some speculation that also Donovan Clingan out of Connecticut might be going that high, but right now it is Reed Shepherd, someone who does a lot of things well, including shooting, could be the best shooter in the NBA coming in as far as the NBA draft is concerned. He was over 50% in college shooting, also a good steal man. Little bit shorter on the shorter side. I think he's 6'3", I think, if I remember correctly. So yeah, if he comes in, he's going to be a gunner. He's going to be a gunner, but I don't know his ceiling. I don't know. I'm not sure if his ceiling is higher than a high-end rotation player, i.e. JJ Redick, who we talked about earlier. He's been giving comps and comparisons to that as far as what I've seen in the NBA draft. So we'll see. I mean, that just tells you about this draft, and that I think that is going to be very troubling for a lot of people, that you won't find stars on the surface. 2013's draft did not have a star. It was the Anthony Bennett draft. We had to look far and wide until a guy named Giannis Antetokounmpo, I think picked 13th, if I remember correctly, went ahead and really developed. So you're going to have to hope in this draft that someone, probably most likely in the, maybe like late lottery, maybe even more, will be the best player from this draft. There's a very good chance that can happen, my friend.
You know what's crazy is I think that's gonna happen. I think it's gonna be some dude who's a real dog, and he's like, you know what? I wasn't picked high. Gonna motivate me. Now watch how I'm coming. And for Reed Shepherd, if his comp is JJ, it's a great comp. This man JJ played 15 seasons in the NBA. So I don't know about that. I mean, let's see. Again, like I said, I haven't literally don't watch much college basketball, so can't tell you. But all I know is that if you're getting comp to JJ Redick, you better bring it. That's my coach.
There you go. That's your coach indeed. Whether or not he's going to stay our coach, we'll have to wait and see, or we might go Darvin Ham on him at some point in time. We'll see, because we Lakers fans are very harsh on our coaches, and I'll just leave it at that. That I know the other day, as far as Tim Bontemps, who is a noted Laker hater, did say something that's true, and that's the Lakers head coaching gig is one of the hardest, if not the hardest, head coaching gig in all of sports. I think Manchester United, is just a tiny bit more personally. The Dallas Cowboys, you could probably equate to it. New York Yankees, LA Dodgers, also very tough positions. But yeah, Lakers head coaching position is one of the toughest that's out there. BD says, yeah, it's going to be down to 2 players, Jared McCain and Kyle Filipowski, for the number 17 pick. We'll see how it lays out, BD. We'll see how it lays out. You and Parade on Figueroa, appreciate you guys on Twitch. Also, as well, everybody that's here on YouTube and also Facebook, if you're watching, cannot thank you enough for stopping by. Truly appreciate it. King Aries, we have not picked at 17. We're just up to number 3 as of right now. Hope you're caught up with us now, my friend. Great to have you here. If you've not yet liked and subscribed, please do so. We're on our way to 2,000 subscribers, but we always need your help in doing so. Of course, speaking of subscribing, the man right here next to me hosts not 1, but 2 great channels, Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner. Please go ahead and subscribe and like his videos today. He does a great job, works very hard, and he, like me, are growing YouTubers that truly need your support. And if you could do that, it is sincerely appreciated. Primo 1973 says, fellas, the time is upon us. Well, except Malika Andrews is boring. So let's go.
Okay, Gerald.
I heard that, talked about that. Somebody said that she is dating Dave McMenamin. So I
Really?
would notice. Yeah. So if that's true, no wonder Dave McMenamin at El Segundo was staring so intently at the television. So I'll leave it at that. But once again, it is the Lakers Fast Break. It is, of course, John Costa from Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner, along with me, Gerald Glassford. Thanks so much again for listening. The top 3 picks have been selected, not yet announced fully, but the Atlanta Hawks draft Zachary Risacher out of France. Washington Wizards select Alex Sarr, who is French but played in the Australian League, and Reed Shepherd out of Kentucky has been selected by the Houston Rockets via the Brooklyn Nets. Again, a very interesting trade between Brooklyn and the Nets, Brooklyn and the Rockets yesterday. Brooklyn getting back a lot of its assets, a lot of it about their future. Again, I was thinking they were all set up, John. Everything's going well for them as far as a rebuild. They finally traded away Mikal Bridges, who is not a number one. We clearly saw that he is not a number one. Kid's a good player, really good player, but he's definitely not a number one. But they were able to get 5 first-round draft picks and a pick swap for him, among also as well Bogdanovich, Fourier, Quentin Grimes, and some other stuff thrown in there as well. So I think for New York, it's a win now move. It's a heavy price to pay for Brooklyn. Brooklyn, you're trading it all in. You're saying you're going to rebuild. It's just interesting though, John, to see what Brooklyn's doing. And then they go ahead and sign Nick Claxton for 4 years, $100 million. For me, it's just kind of strange.
Move doesn't really make sense, but
yeah,
what I will say is so this guy Reed is going to go to the Nets basically because of that trade.
Yes.
Okay, so what I will say is this. Man, okay.
And by the way, while you're talking, John, I'm going to flash up on the screen.
Go ahead, do that.
Kurt Affair has the again, Shams Charania win for the win. San Antonio's picked Stephen Castle from Connecticut at number 4. Go ahead, my friend.
I want to see. Okay, so their point guards right now are Cam Thomas and Dennis Schroeder. Okay, so they're bringing from what I understood from watching this. I'm watching it on mute, but I'm watching this little draft right here in the scene. He's a scoring guard. So you're bringing in a scoring guard to your backcourt of Dennis Schroeder and Cam Thomas, another 2 scoring guards. I feel like in the league, you to have a good team, kind of got to have a little bit of variety.
Well, 4 years there for salary fodder. Quentin Grimes, they may keep. Bogdanovich looks like he's going to be a trade fodder as well. He's going to be somebody that's moved. Mm-hmm. Schroeder, your figure, since I think he's on the last year of his contract, he's going to be moved. Yeah, they're going to be in tank mode. But when you're a team in tank mode, I guess you got to have enough money to be at least the floor, the salary floor. So maybe that's why they want Claxton, because they think he'll still be able to grow and expand and is a decent center. I get that, but yeah, just seemed kind of strange out of left field that they gave him that 4 years, $100 million. But again, it's a team, I guess, that again is still will be in a rebuild. It's going to be a very ugly season for them next season, but the idea is to get Cooper Flagg or somebody really high up next year in the 2025 draft.
Man, Gerald, you know what's crazy? These are legit kids. Like when I was young, I used to watch NBA draft and be like, man, look at these grown-ups. Look at these dudes. And now I watch the NBA draft as an adult and I'm like, you're 17, you're 18. It's insane. It's crazy, Gerald. On the Nets end, yeah, they're going to be dumping out all these players. And, as you were talking, it kind of got me thinking. I didn't even mention they also have Lonnie Walker on there. So they have they have Dennis Schroeder, Cam Thomas, Lonnie Walker, and then I guess if you want to add Dennis Smith Jr. in there, like I think those are guys. Maybe not Dennis Smith Jr. as much, but those are all guys that can really contribute to a championship team or a team just trying to make a push, especially Dennis Schroeder and Lonnie, us knowing that as Lakers fans. But another thing I just thought of right now is Cam Thomas. How old is he? Because he better be part of that rebuild. Let me see. He is 22, so he's even younger than Claxton. So if Claxton got all that money for the rebuild, Cam Thomas better get some money for that rebuild too, because
he's a professional scorer.
He's
Cam
a professional.
Thomas,
You need players like that on your team.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you build all around him, because I don't know if the type of his game is like, give me the ball and just watch me play basketball. And that's not a great an efficient brand of basketball. It works sometimes, but at the highest level of basketball, when you got genius coaches scheming against you, doesn't always work the greatest way. So I say all that to say that, you know, he's a good player to have on your team, but not to build around. So he better be part of that rebuild, though. That's all I know.
Stephen Castle is just being announced as the 4th pick by the San Antonio Spurs. He is hopefully going to be able to develop his shot. That's his thing. Defensively, no question about what he can do. Probably the best defensive guard in the draft, John. The problem is, will he be able to improve that shot? Because, you know, if he isn't, teams are going to be packing it in against Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. So he's a big man. I know he's a guard.
No, Castle's a guard. Castle's a guard out of Connecticut.
Oh, timeout. Again, I don't watch much college basketball, so don't try to flame me here, guys. So this is a guard who cannot shoot.
Guard who is, let's just say he needs to improve his shot. Would that probably be the best way of saying it?
Okay. Well, and that's totally fine, but he better be understand that, be able to understand that, and get in the gym and do what he got to do, right? I mean, like, there's plenty of players I can name to you that went from having a bad jumper, having not a jumper, to, you know, developing a jumper. But he better not be like, and some of you guys aren't gonna like this, but he better not be like Ben Simmons, because I said this and it's crazy. And this is my claim to fame right here. So I'm gonna have this moment right here, Gerald. This is my claim to fame right here. The second Ben Simmons got drafted, even though I think he was like the number 1 overall pick, I told everyone, I was like, this is not gonna work. How are you gonna pair a guard who cannot shoot with Joel Embiid in a pick and roll league? You're just gonna double Joel Embiid and it's not gonna work. But in the first couple of years, like, everyone was like, no, it's gonna work. He's like the new Magic Johnson and all this and all that. But clearly, we saw that wasn't the case. And the biggest issue with him is that he can't shoot. And you can't be a guard in today's league when this is a shooting league and not be able to shoot. So this guy better work on his jumper, because just like how you said, it makes it a lot easier to guard teams when there's someone on the court who can't shoot. Look at this.
Jared Vanderbilt.
I mean, there you go. I was gonna say, like, look at the Celtics for an exact opposite example. Everyone can shoot, and look how hard it is to defend them. But even better example, Jared Vanderbilt.
Well, I will say, though, that we are 4 picks in. Do want to give everybody an update if you're just joining us. Again, it's the Lakers Fast Break live NBA draft special. It's John Costa from Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner, along with me, Gerald Glassford. Thanks again for watching and listening. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already. First 4 picks are in. Zachary Richelet is the number 1. He is out of France for the Atlanta Hawks. Number 2 is Alexander Sarr, also out of France, but played in the Australian League. He goes to the Washington Wizards. Number 3 is Reed Shepherd from Kentucky, going to the Houston Rockets. And number 4 for the San Antonio Spurs is Stephen Castle, out of UConn. So that's what we have right now. No updates as of yet who is going at number 5. It's funny because right now on the screen, because Stephen Castle got picked, John, who do we see? Dan Hurley.
A candidate, a old candidate.
Yes.
A old candidate, because we got JJ in the house. JJ. Wait, Gerald, I actually want to say something, but you can interrupt me whenever to talk about the draft, because I know this is more of a draft.
No, go for it. All means I get some water while you're doing that. Go ahead.
Okay. So
I was having some thoughts earlier, and you know how much I've been like an advocate for JJ, and I think I'd love to have JJ as a coach, and I know first time head coach and whatnot, but I can get into that another time if the chat wants me to get into that. But what I was gonna say was like there is a lot of pressure, and like I said, like that's why I understand the not wanting to bring JJ first time head coach on the Lakers and on the Lakers with LeBron on his last leg. I understand all that. And there's a good chance, I think, to be honest with you, that what's going to happen is that the JJ Redick is going to have probably a bad year, a failure of a year, right? And the media is going to kill him, just because he's on the Lakers and just because he's on the Lakers with LeBron these last couple of years. And that's not going to define him as a coach. Just because he has a bad year does not going to define him as a coach. All coaches, all great coaches, you can go ahead and do your research, go ahead and go back. All great coaches have been through that rough patch where they had to get through a tough time and they sucked for a little bit. So what I say all that to say, JJ might suck in the beginning and JJ might go through some rough patches, even though he's a genius X's and O's guy, even though he's great at connecting with his players. And I think that's what NBA today is about. It's about being able to connect with your players and also having the X's and O's knowledge. He has all that and he has the ability to connect. But I still think that there's a hump and there's something he's going to have to get over. And in these first couple of years, he might not be able to get over it and it might take him some time. And that's okay. But that's not going to make him a bad coach just because he doesn't get it on this first year.
So with the 5th pick, Detroit is selecting Ron Holland, Stone's number 1 draft pick on his big board. So Ron Holland is going number 5 in the NBA draft to the Detroit Pistons. Detroit Pistons just needs to figure something out. Ron Holland, it looked like to me as a professional scorer. He's someone I think that can score 20 in the league. So I'm going to say it's a good pick. He was really high up on my board as well. So I'm going to say that's a good pick by Detroit. Maybe things are turning around. Trajan Langdon is now in there making the calls and making the shots. So we'll see. I did make the comment to John, to the crew, to the cast, and to the chat out there that I think you're on the JJ bandwagon. I would say you're clearly on it. You like a lot of other people are right now, and more power to you if you are. I am being skeptical in this case. I am being a Jamie Sweet in this case because I want to see what he does on the court. I'm going to give him 10, 20 games. I'm going to be patient, but the learning curve shortens because you've got an older team that wants to win now. So you don't have much time to learn, John. It's not like he's on a losing team where you can go ahead and go through the bumps and the highs and lows and things of that nature. You need to figure it out quickly, figure out your coaching style quickly, and learn as much as you can on the fly. Because again, this team and this fan base will not stand for a lack of success.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely won't, and they'll let you hear it if you aren't successful or aren't doing what you're supposed to do at your fullest capability. But I just feel like JJ is in a good spot for JJ. Like he has the biggest backing that from the most important piece in this whole equation, LeBron frickin' James. He has the biggest backing from them. And you know what else he has? He has this shield. He's became a new shield, Gerald. It was Darvin Ham. Now it's JJ Redick. Whatever doesn't work for Jeannie or Rob, they'll have a shield. They'll have somebody to blame. So, hey, I think that JJ will pan out to be a great coach. Maybe not in his first year, and that's okay. But I agree. It's just kind of hard when we have LeBron aging. But hey, man, I say give him a chance.
It's so funny because they're calling me a fortune teller, and all I'm saying is that yes, there are fortune tellers in this town. Especially with the fact if you're a city that's relying on gambling, there's a lot of people that do love fortune tellers in this town, and that's all I'll say on that. But it is Ron Holland the second. I didn't know he was the second, so it came up there. Ron Holland the second from the G League, and I'm going to pay my respects to the G League. I know it wasn't overall a success when you look at it and when people look at it. But I think it's a success in the fact that there were individuals that played in the G League Ignite that were drafted that did get good experience. This is the final year you'll see G League Ignite draftees on this board. So my best of luck to everyone involved with the G League Ignite. Rest in peace. We'll see what happens here. But as far as what's going on, Alan says, John, can I ask you a question? Yeah, always, yes. Alan. I like the fact that he politely asks, but then with right after he'll troll Joe. I like the fact that, yeah.
I love that, Alan. Go ahead, brother. Ask away.
Ask away. So with that said, again, Ron Holland II is now a Detroit Piston. Detroit basketball, L. Rob's area where he's at right now. I'm sure that everybody, all of his friends are available to Pistons fans around him are happy that they've got a guy who can fill it up. And we'll see what happens for his success. Alan says, do you smoke weed? You always looked hazed out.
That is hilarious. I do smoke weed, but I'm not always high. Can't really do that as a dad. I only can do that when my daughter's already asleep, and it's not the case right now. So
yes, but we all know Laker Tom, yeah, that's Laker Tom. He's very fond of it as well, from what I've heard. So I'll leave it at that. But yes. It is, again, the Lakers Fast Break. It is, of course, John Costa, the man behind Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner. Please support his channels today, wherever you get your YouTube and your podcasts as well. Alan said he's joking, but by the way, you know Alan's always up for a good chat. But Sean says Reefer Tom.
Reefer Tom is hella funny.
I thought he was on the reefer when he offered me. Okay, get this. I don't know if you've seen my NBA mock draft or saw it or listened to it yet, but he did offer me a crazy trade. I was GM of the Chicago Bulls, and he was the Lakers GM. And he offered me, what was it? I'm going to go. He offered me Rui, JHS, and the number 17 pick for Alonzo Ball and the number 11. So I couldn't resist. And I was just like, you know what? Going to have to go ahead and take you. You know what, Alan? It was a doozy, him as a GM. He did make a couple of other decent trades, but the fact that he was active, I genuinely appreciate Tom's interaction, making trades, Trader Tom. It made things light. It lightened things up. It made things more enjoyable. I know Legend 350 and Alfred Esmond, our other GMs, enjoyed it. Yeah, so if you get a chance, check out our mock draft. It was a lot of fun. It's one of the funnest podcasts I've done, as far as a long time, along with working with you, John. So yeah, it's absolutely just was a great time. So hopefully people can check it out. Bag and Dragon says, imagine the Lakers draft a Duke player like Filipowski, BD. That could be a possibility because he could be available at that point in time. We'll see. The next pick may be in already. Charlotte is selecting Tijani Salon.
Another French guy or what?
Another international player. Yes, another international player. Yes, he is going at number 6, everyone. Number 6 in the draft is Tijani Salon. There you go. So I know, first of all, people are going to have to figure out. If you watch that mock draft, we were kidding about the way we pronounce it. And I know Stone, who studies a lot of film, studied for hours and studied for a long time just on trying to pronounce his name. So Tijan Salon, I'm sure we'll get used to it if he's a good player. So yeah,
if he's good enough, if he's good enough, he'll get a nickname. Tijani,
yes, absolutely.
Tijan,
but another Frenchman. Frenchmen are dominating this draft. So it's another Frenchman. He is being picked 6th by the Charlotte Hornets. Again, it's something we'll see as far as being able to go ahead and contribute to a team that desperately needs a lot of talent. Something, again, they're going to be losing Miles Bridges, who has become a free agent and probably will want to, unless he really just wants to go for the money in Charlotte, probably be leaving and going for a better opportunity elsewhere. So we'll see what happens there. So there'll be some playing time with Miller, their own Ball. I've talked about LaMelo Ball. If he gets disgruntled, in Charlotte, possibly being a Lakers, eyeing on the Lakers. We'll see.
I would not want
Something
that.
I've thrown
I would
back
not
and dragon.
want that.
You would not want that?
I would
Tell me
not
why.
want that. Oh, man,
Tell me why.
LaMelo Ball is quite probably maybe one of the most overrated players in the NBA. Like
How so?
He is absolutely an inefficient basketball player. Like he's flashy and he'll get your team going or whatnot at times, but he is so inefficient. He becomes kind of like a dark hole when he's not playing well. And I just feel like he has so many kid tendency stills, right? Like so many little things, like he'll miss a shot and be so upset that he'll be like, complaining about it, that he won't get back on defense. And it's just little kid things. He has the potential, but I just need him to be a little bit more refined, grow up a little bit more. And then I like to have him on this Lakers team, but also his inefficiency. But also he's on a really bad Charlotte Hornets team. So, take that with a grain of salt, but he's an inefficient player. That's the bottom line.
All right. Fair enough. Once again, it is Lakers fast break. I kind of feel that way about Cade Cunningham personally.
Ooh, I like that.
Does it lead to winning? Same thing at both guys. Does what they do on the floor lead to winning?
Exactly.
So far it hasn't. So, and their health has also been both bad as well. So that doesn't help your cause as well. So definitely want to go ahead and let me get everybody updated here with our scoreboard. What's going on? First round, Hawks draft Zachary Ricochet. The Washington Wizards draft Alex Sarr. The Rockets draft Reed Shepherd. The Spurs draft Stephen Castle. And the Pistons draft Ron Holland. The Hornets have already selected. Did want to make sure again that you know. Let's go ahead and I will put it back on the screen here. At least, yes. Tijani Salon, right there for you at number 6. So that's who we have now. Does Portland move 8 now? That's not possible. That is a definite possibility because Donovan Clingan's name is being talked about because Portland Trailblazers are intrigued with Donovan Clingan. So your thoughts, my friend? The big 7'3" guy out of Connecticut. So we'll see. Legend 350 has joined us, my friend. Legend, great to have you here. I've got John Costa, one of my good friends, who does Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner. Legend 350 is a Golden State, but also a Atlanta Hawks super fan with his great videos that he does on his YouTube channel. Legend 350, your Atlanta Hawks pick Zachary Ricochet. I know you talked about it before, but can you refresh everybody your thoughts on Zachary Ricochet going number 1 to the Hawks?
Well, he definitely do answer a lot of some of the issues that we do have on the team right now. Having another guard who can knock down and still play some defense. And I think it'll be a good replacement for whoever we end up letting go, whether it be Trey or be Murray, one of the two. So we still got a good young person to replace and then another young person to build around. A part of me still would have liked to have Sarr at number 1, but I still like the overall pick too. You couldn't go wrong with either one.
Okay.
Now hold on, legend. You can't just come up in here saying you a Hawks fan and not let me know what you trying to do. What's the whole ordeal? Trey or DeJounte?
Man, it's a hard one.
That's a deep question, but give me what you think.
If I had to really, really pick it, I'll let Trey walk. I'll let him walk.
I like that. Me too.
Well, the thing is now, though, since Mikal Bridges went for 5 first-round draft picks and a pick swap, essentially 6 first-round draft picks, the price for a really good player just might have gone up for Murray and or Trae Young. So would you be more inclined to get rid of one of them now because you could get 5, 6, 7 picks?
I definitely would. Why I would do it while it's hot right now. Take advantage of the moment.
Okay. I would agree with you on that. I think that's very sound because, Tony Baloney said this guy's a yes, he is a Warriors fan also as well, Tony Baloney, but got
a shirt on right now.
Yeah, he's got a shirt on. I don't know if they're going to be active at all today outside of what they could talk about as far as their free agents are concerned because they do not have a pick in this draft as of right now. Do you think the Warriors are going to do anything to get into this draft at this point in time, Legend?
Honestly, I don't really think so. I think they're gonna really be trying to focus on either seeing King work out something with Clay or look to replace Clay. I know they're in the talks of trying to get Paul George too right now.
Absolutely. So we'll see what happens there. That's also been talked about. The Chris Paul, what are they going to do with him? His contract. So we'll see. BD says, heck no. No worries on that. But Portland is selecting Donovan Clingan, a guy that I guess they were very enamored with, a big 7'3" guy out of Connecticut. You saw how he handled himself. Obviously, good protecting around the rim, big body, being able to rebound effectively. The thing is, though, guys, I want to hear your thoughts on this, and I'm going to go ahead while they adjust it and go ahead and get everything going here. And I'm going to bring it back up here. Your thoughts, though, guys. I'm going to start off with you, John. So Portland now has a 7'3" guy in Donovan Clingan that they want to give time to, and they have DeAndre Ayton, who is there as well. So let me hear your thoughts on this, in regards to what does Portland do now? Portland's just, again, especially getting Denny Advia in here in an earlier trade today. What are they doing in Portland?
What are they doing in Portland? It kind of reminds me of when Dame was rotting away in Portland and they were giving him no help. And I was like, man, what are they doing in Portland? It's similar front office questions that I have for what they got going on. But to answer your question, Gerald, with DeAndre Ayton, somebody just said it best in the chat right here. No, Mission 24. He said he's gone. Because he's gone, man. I think it just doesn't make sense. If you're gonna start trying to build around this guy right here, this young guy, and DeAndre Ayton, I feel like he's kind of, I'm not gonna call him trash, but I feel like the league or the rep he's starting to get around the league is.
I like the way you said. I'm not gonna call him trash, but
yeah. I'm not trying to call him trash because he's not a trash basketball player. He's a good basketball player, but I think his reputation and the way that he's made a name for himself in the league, like just teams just aren't really messing with that. And they always talk about how GMs, like it's like a tight knit community. Like
everybody knows each other.
Exactly. One, like, hey, I had DeAndre Ayton. He was super, lazy, didn't care, nonchalant, whatever. Boom. And then that get around the league. And then nobody really want to give him a chance like that. So I say that, man, I think, if this is what Portland's going to do, if that's who they're drafting, this 7'3" guy, and they still have Rob Williams III, the Time Lord, off the bench, man, I think that they're going to have to move off Ayton, to be honest with you.
And you might be right on Time Lord as well, because how much can you really get for him because of his injuries? Just they've built up over the years. I mean, as much as I hate to say this, you got to get Boston credit. They got off Malcolm Brogdon. They got off Time Lord. They got off those guys that were probably not going to help them get as far as where they needed to go. They made the changes. They got Drew Holiday, and they got themselves, unfortunately, their 18th, the son of a guns. But anyways, I want to go ahead and say that Portland with Donovan Clingan, Donovan has to start. Donovan has to be your starting center. The thing is now that puts DeAndre Ayton on the move. Legend 350, where do you see DeAndre Ayton being moved to? Could a trade to the Warriors be in mind?
I mean, we do need some rim protection right now because everybody having field day at our rims. So. I mean, when we get crushed at the rim, we get crushed badly. We need something right now.
Trace TJD is a nice player, but he's smaller for a big guy. You're right. Green, obviously, as he deteriorates, as he gets older, still great man-to-man defensively, but protecting around the rim, he doesn't do as well. Looney has seen better days. I get it. I really think that they do need something around the rim, and I can understand that with the salary, though. See, before we just say outright, oh, they should let Chris Paul go, let's let him walk, that $30 million salary. That $30 million salary is key to possibly Golden State making a maneuver.
I think
they got to figure out what they're going to do. They got to figure out what they're going to do with Chris Paul, and even Ayton would answer some of our rim protection problem.
He would.
The only thing about Ayton, what I don't like about him is it's that motor. He may show up, he may not. I don't know what I'm getting from him.
Well, I'll tell you what, right now, though, it's going to be great to see everyone here just enjoying the coverage so far. I've got Legend 350. Please support him today at _Legend 350 on YouTube. And also Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner as well. John Costa, Legend 350. Great to have you here. Giving you an update on what's going on. The Trailblazers are on the clock, but they've already selected, according to Shams Charania, Donovan Clingan. He is now a Portland Trailblazers, so we'll go ahead and see what happens with him. But yeah, I do think he should not be a backup. But one fly. let the Zach Edey chance begin.
Oh boy.
Yep, I told you he's a big favorite. No pun intended as far as his size is concerned. At 7'5", 300 pounds, but he has been a favorite of our audience as far as where they would like him to go. But now it gets into where he might be picked because he has skyrocketed up draft boards in recent weeks. There's a possibility you could start seeing him at number 9 with the Grizzlies, who do need a big guy and a center. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, very interesting to see. So far, no real trades within the confines of the draft outside of the Portland move that they made, getting Denny Avdia. So I want to ask you this, John. Let me get you in here real quick. You've got the Spurs coming up for their second pick. You've already gotten a defensive-minded guard. Your thoughts on what you would choose for a second pick in the top 10?
Man, all right. Let me see here. Because it's the Spurs that are on the board right now, right?
Yeah, just the Spurs that are on the board right now for us, because they've already Trailblazers already selected Donovan Clingan.
Okay.
What do you think that they need? Watching the Spurs last season, what do you think they need?
I would say, you know what they need? They need a real. It's gonna sound funny because they have Wemby. They need a real chunky big, okay? Like a real chunky big or a Steven Adams type big. One of those guys who can take bows with other bigs around the league. Like Wemby, he's gonna get there. He's gonna get strong, but it's it's a work in progress. And I feel like the players like the Joel Embiids, the Giannis's, the way that they play when they go against Wemby is they're like, oh, I'm just gonna put my shoulder in his chest and just make him feel me. He gonna have to somehow stop me because he's not strong enough. And I think that not only is that like a weakness of Wemby, as he gets stronger and stronger as he grows up, but also like that just gets a player a lot more tired. Oh, they selected Rob. Okay.
So that's San Antonio is looking like it's going to select Rob Dillingham at number 8, and we have another trade possibly. And as Shams Charania is reporting, with sources are saying that he could be on the move to Minnesota. Your thoughts on that, my friend? That Rob Dillingham out of Kentucky, a point guard, a really pretty good shooting.
Yeah, he's
all around. Yeah, but mainly a scoring and shooting. But he does have some distribution capabilities as far as the way he can play in Kentucky, the way he played to play in Kentucky. Could be on the move to Minnesota, giving Minnesota a key backup. Oh, there you go. Legend, you're back, sweet. Just letting you know, I wanted to let you know, Legend, that Minnesota could be trading for Rob Dillingham at number 8. Let you know. So your guys' thoughts on that, let me know. Rob Dillingham, point guard out of Kentucky. You and I talked about him, I think, yesterday on our mock draft, Legend. Your thoughts that he could be possibly on the move to Minnesota.
Interesting move by Minnesota. They want to go after Rob. I'm kind of surprised they did that one. Be not a bad pick, though.
Well, it sounds like they're trying to find a successor to Mike Conley. Not saying Mike Conley's out the door, because I think they did sign him to a contract.
I think they did.
But yeah. So if that's the case, they're looking for a backup and a key guy off the bench as far as a guard is concerned. So, John, maybe that's one of the weaknesses that they found in the team that looks like they are getting close. I thought they were to me, and during the playoffs, they played at times better than any team in the NBA and during the playoffs. And then they just, in that series against Dallas, decided, just to suck. Let's just put it out there. Especially Cat and Ant. They really didn't produce when they needed and was called upon. Maybe they'll use that as growing pains. We don't know the status of Cat going forward. The new ownership question in place. They did get some new funding with Bloomberg. Your thoughts, though, on Minnesota, if they get a guy like this to help bolster their bench?
I think that's great. I mean, I don't think that Rob will immediately first year come in and be this, great microwave off the bench scoring threat. What happened, Legend?
We found out Memphis.
Memphis going to take Zach Edey.
Yep, I was going to mention that right now. I'm going to post it right there because Zach Edey. Sorry, everyone.
Ooh, I did not see that one come.
So they took Zach Edey, Memphis. Damn, that's crazy.
Memphis has taken Zach Edey at number 9.
This stream I'm watching is so behind.
I did not see that one come.
Yeah, don't watch the. I mean, you can't watch the stream, but just understand, we're Twitter.
Yeah.
If you go to Shams is just he is getting it faster, about 5 minutes faster than what Adam Silver was reporting it. So
that's insane. You know. How is he doing this?
Somebody in the league
killing it right now.
Man, that's crazy. Yeah,
those guys, especially, looks like because Shams is actually beating Woj today. But yes, both of them, I think they have insights with the league office, whoever's getting the calls from the GMs. So somebody's leaking that information every year to them, each and every time out to those
That's
two
crazy.
guys.
So like someone in every team is leaking information that like they're not supposed to be leaking.
No, it's got to be in the league office. So because when you're the GM, let's say Legend 350 is the GM for Atlanta, they call when it's their pick, they call in from their office. Like for instance, Rob is in El Segundo right now. He calls into the league office to report who are going to pick. And if that's the case, before the pick gets to Adam Silver, somebody is leaking that as soon as they get off the phone with whatever GM, they're leaking it to Woj and Shams.
That's crazy. That's wild.
So
that's
Zach
the
Edey,
definition of having connects.
Wow.
I mean, we talked about it the other day that he was given a green room invite. Legend 350. I think this is crazy. I understand it's 7'5", 300 pounds. Don't get me wrong, but you have to change the whole scope and landscape of your offense and your defense with him right now in your lineup playing any minutes. The thing that you have to worry about is he was a guy last year that was told you're not good enough for the 2 rounds in the NBA. You need to go back to college. He did. He won another player of the year because he's a 2-time player of the year. Beginning of this year, he was still in the 40s and in the 50s in most mock drafts. He has risen up and skyrocketed. It's the usual. Somebody does well in the tournament, so of course everybody gets behind it. That's the case. But man, what are people seeing now in him that they didn't see just a few months ago?
I think they see there's a lot of potential in this kid, especially with the height part. And then now with him and Steven Adams together, it's not a bad little duo, especially as he develop and grow too. I think people that really see that upside, and to me, what he showed in the tournament too was impressive, especially being National Player of the Year and all. I think the kid is gonna become a star possibly. They all gonna come down to how he develop his foot speed and everything else. His foot speed is a little slow at the NBA level, but all that will improve over time. I mean, it'll improve.
So, John, let me ask you this: with Zach Edey at number 9, I know a lot of our guys in the chat said they wanted Zach Edey because they think he would play well off of AD. Another 6'11" guy, athletic, can do what he does on the perimeter and the defense. Now he's going to a Memphis team with a 7-footer alongside of him and Triple J that can do a lot of those same things. So how interesting is it that can play alongside him realistically because he can stretch it out? How interesting is it going to make it for Memphis?
I mean, I think it's gonna make it pretty interesting. Just like how Legend talked about his foot speed. That's my biggest concern with him. Not the end of the world. I know he'll be able to get. That's something he can get better on. But I just think that I remember watching him in the tournament, and like I've said this in Legend. I know you weren't here earlier, but I've stated this a million times. Like, I'm an NBA watcher type guy. I don't watch much college basketball. I only watch really in March. So take everything that I say about these guys with a grain of salt. I want to see what you do when you get to the league. That's what matters to me. But anyway, about Edey, I think if he can get that foot speed up, because the NBA is a different level, and it's like even if there's one mismatch out there, there's one player that can get exploited, like that's what they're gonna go to every single time. I mean, you could just look at Luka in the finals. I mean, he was getting exploited every single time. He was the one matchup, and if Edey becomes that, then I mean, it might be tough for them. But is this Cody Williams, Jalen Williams' brother?
Yes, it
That's
is.
crazy, man. Look at him, man. That mom is probably so happy right now. Shout out
Utah.
Shout out
Yep, and he'll stay near the Rocky Mountains because he is going from Colorado to Utah. Utah is picking up Cody Williams at number 10, barring any trades. And again, we have not received a confirmation on on San Antonio actually coming up. Oh, actually, it was. Okay, actually, here it is. The Timberwolves are trading a 2031 unprotected first-round pick and a protected 2030 pick swap to the Spurs for Rob Dillingham. I'm going to go ahead and post it out there for just let everyone know. So yes, the trade has been proposed and accepted, I guess. So Rob Dillingham is on his way to the Timberwolves. I'm posting it right there for everyone. The Timberwolves are trading a 2031 unprotected and a protected 2030 pick swap to the Spurs for Rob Dillingham. Sources close to ESPN. So they are getting someone youth who can shoot, score, and I think as well from what I saw in Kentucky, be able to play make and get that ball passed around. A good, solid overall point guard that may develop into the starting point guard at some point in time after Mike Conley's days are done. So we'll see what happens, but they're going all in Minnesota. Legend 350, again, it looks like I was saying they're going all in Minnesota. Your thoughts on one more time on Rob Dillingham going to Minnesota?
Not a bad pickup. I think, like you said before, Gerald, I think it's a good way of preparing as Mike Conley is getting up in age. You're just preparing to swap out with younger legs pretty much and let Mike Conley be one that is being your vet leader to help mentor your younger guy that's going to be taking over as you get ready to move over to the newer generation of players anyway. So I think it's a good pickup, worrying about your future wise and building on to that because they got a good team already. So there's nothing wrong with trying to prepare for the future at the same time if you can do that.
I think this is one of those moves that it's like a two birds in one stone, because not only just like our Legend was saying, it takes care of the future, but it also takes care of the present, because you're adding good solid bench scorer to your bench. And Mike Conley, yeah, he is getting up there in age, but we just seen what he was doing this last season. I'm sure he'll be able to put up similar numbers this upcoming season as well. And for the present, you still have Mike Conley, and now you're adding this bench scorer, this scorer off the bench. And then even if, down the line, none of this worked for the present, and then, all right, now come on, Rob and Ant, let's try to run it. So I think honestly, that was a great move for them.
6'1" is the listed height for Rob Dillingham. So he is going to be on the shorter side, but Mike Conley is not.
He better shoot. He better shoot.
Yeah, he better be able to shoot. Alan, what do I think of Kluwer? I think Kluwer is solid. I know that some are not exactly in love with him, but I think he can be able to be an athletic big who can stretch the floor. I am concerned if he can translate that to the next level, because even though he did have good stats on very minimal shooting from outside, Alan, his free throw shooting was need of improvement. Let's just say, so it doesn't always translate to the next level if he'll be a good shooter, but he did show some signs in limited number of attempts that he can stretch the floor out. But rim protector, again, it's all about the defensive awareness. We had a guy who was a 7-foot athletic guy in Jackson Hayes, but he did not have the defensive awareness to be able to protect the rim. So if he does have the awareness, which I know that's something that was noted by Stone Hansen, he needs to develop, which concerns me. When Stone Hansen sees that your defensive awareness needs to improve, that kind of concerns me a little bit. But he does have potential, Alan. So it could be a good get. But Buzelis is the guy that I was talking about earlier, that he struggled against Alex Sarr in that matchup. So he looks like, and also Nikola, as far as Topic, they're both dropping. Those guys were projected high in both the lottery as well. So both those guys have been dropping as of late. Just a note, coming up here on next pick soon. Yep. So actually the Bulls are taking Matas Buzelis. Legend. He is someone who went rather high in our draft. I believe he went 4 or 5, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. But it was high.
Yeah, the Buzelis is going 11 to the Bulls. Your thoughts on Matas Buzelis, a guy, again, I wasn't really too impressed with, but I know he does a lot. He reminds me a lot of Denny Advia, that does a lot of things well, but will he be able to master anything that's out there? So your thoughts on Matas Buzelis going number 11 to the Chicago Bulls?
I would say for the Bulls, it's not a terrible place to go to, knowing that they just got rid of Caruso. So it's looking like they're going to go into a full rebuild over there. So you go into a right situation where you can make all the mistakes you want to make. Ain't going to really cost you that much. Good place to probably learn it. And it looked like Chicago is pretty much just going toward the future and trying to find their next direction they want to go.
Absolutely. Appreciate the shout out, Kurt Affair. Thank you so much. Every like and subscribe does help the channel, to not only this channel, but also as well Legend 350, _Legend 350 on YouTube, John's channels, Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner. Every like and subscribe. I know all you YouTubers, we all say that out there to go ahead and like and subscribe, but that's what they tell us. Likes and subscribes really does help the channels that we run. So if you are interested and you're just brand new to the channel, please go ahead and like and subscribe. We are here 300 days a year plus, talking the Lakers and the NBA. Yes, Connect as well, Pale. I think his age, when it comes to Connect, as far as out of Tennessee, great shooter, could be the best shooter in the draft. His age, meaning that he was a full 4-year player. I forget, was he 23? Legend? I think it's 22, 23. He is one of the oldest players. 23. Yeah, he's one of the older players in this draft. That's probably why he's dropping a little bit, because John, as you know, my friend, 4-year players, they're more ready now, but as far as the top end and potential seems to have them shied away from as far as being at the top in any of these drafts.
You know what's funny is that I actually think 4-year players are they're just a safer bet. Like they're just a better bet. They're a safer bet. And I think the 4-year players are when you get, the Mike Conleys, the players who can really lead a team, the players who know what it's like to be in a position of not only, maybe being the best player on the team, but also having to just be a leader on the team and having to rally your guys together. So I mean, honestly, I'm a big believer in those 4-year guys, second round picks. Those guys are true gems. But
okay.
The Bulls, looks like the Bulls made their pick.
Yes, Matas Buzelis is going to Chicago. I will say though that Bobby Marks said on ESPN something very interesting, guys. With this move, you have to be they are all in. Want to know why I say that Minnesota is all in? Because Minnesota, according to Bobby Marks, their luxury tax bill increases from $56 million to $84 million with the selection of Rob Dillingham. So they are gambling a lot of money, tens of millions of tax dollars. The luxury tax dollars, guys, are going with the selection of Rob Dillingham. Legend 350, again, we talked about what he can do for the team. it's clear he better make a contribution because this could be a very costly decision for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, because you get into them luxury tax, you start making decisions on who's gonna like to ride or who's gonna stay. So it put pressure on you. You gotta deliver. Because right now, I'm thinking Minnesota finna go all in on trying to make a run for a title, especially since it was this close.
Which is very interesting, Legend, because the fact that will they sell the team? The owners there. You got the offer from Alex Rodriguez and his group. It was they talked about. They looked like everything had been arranged and agreed upon, John, as well. And all of a sudden, they came out with a business plan to the owner of what they're going to do. And one of the things was that they were going to start shedding salary. And that was the first red light to the incumbent owner said, wait. Maybe I don't want to sell the team. It wasn't until Bloomberg, out of New York, the famous, as far as multi-billionaire, came in and said, okay, let me go ahead with Alex Rodriguez and the ownership group into this. And hopefully that has subsided things as far as so now it's taken a shift, John, and you see new money coming in. So with this new money, it looks like Minnesota with Tim Conley, which again, he is only on a 1-year deal as GM. So that's something to think about. But now Minnesota looks like definitely that they've changed from a team that could have been cutting corners to a team that's looking to go all in.
Yeah, honestly, they should be going all in. I mean, we didn't see the amazing run that they had. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I had the Boston Celtics winning it the whole time, and I know it's unfortunate to say as a Lakers fan, but I actually even dropped a video on my channel 6 months ago talking about this is why I think the Boston Celtics are going to win, and I talked about how them having the best defensive backcourt, being able to switch 1 through 5 with KP out there, they're unguardable. But I'm going to be honest, there was a slight second when the Timberwolves beat the Nuggets that I was like, oh my gosh, what if the Timberwolves win this whole thing? Like I believed it for 1 second, and then once I really watched the Celtics play again, and I was like, yeah, I don't think there's a team in this league that's going to be able to beat the Celtics in a 7-game series. But the Timberwolves, like, they at least had me thinking because they were able to knock out the Nuggets, and I think, in my opinion, the Nuggets, they were probably the only team that I think could have beat the Celtics or gotten as close as beating the Celtics because they match up as best that I probably and anybody in the league. The Nuggets match up great with the Celtics. So, man, when they did that, I was like, wow, the Timberwolves might really go all the way. And they don't end up doing it. They fall short to 2 great players, Luka and Kyrie, and I think they know what they need. They need more buckets. Like if you're not getting it from Ant, if you're not getting it from Cat, all right, who's next man up? And now Rob may help that a lot.
I mean, technically, I think about it too. I think the Nuggets beat the Boston both times in the season.
They did, which is crazy.
I think the Celtics got lucky. They got knocked out.
For real, huh? They got lucky.
I just read on Twitter, guys. Stone Hansen says he is sweating profusely as the Lakers pick approaches. I think he's a little bit too nervous to come up on our stage, so I can get that. I understand that. So it is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. Truly enjoy and appreciate you being part of what we're doing right here at the Lakers Fast Break. Cannot thank you enough for doing so. Again, giving you a recap of what's going on. Zachary Ricochet got drafted first to one of Legend 350's teams, the Atlanta Hawks. Alex Sarr goes to the Washington Wizards. Reed Shepherd goes to the Houston Rockets. Stephen Castle out of Connecticut goes to the San Antonio Spurs. Ron Holland II goes to the Detroit Pistons. Tijani Salon, the third Frenchman getting picked in the first 6 picks, going to the Charlotte Hornets. Donovan Clingan goes next to the Portland Trailblazers. Rob Dillingham was selected by the Spurs, but he's reportedly being traded to the Timberwolves for 2 draft picks, a 2031 number 1 unprotected and a 2030 swap, if I remember correctly. The Grizzlies drafted Zach Edey at number 9, and the Jazz drafted Cody Williams, number 10, and at number 11 was Modest Bucelis, which I think they are just announcing as we speak right now. So Modest Bucelis goes to the Chicago Bulls. Guys, we're getting into more of the draft. We're getting closer and closer to the Lakers pick, John. I am getting nervous, just like, of course, our good friend Stone Hansen, who was here for a couple hours with us yesterday. Truly appreciate his time in doing so. as we get closer, the next pick comes in, guys, at number 12 is Oklahoma City selecting Nikola Topic. Very interesting pick. They have the talent to wait out his ACL injury, John, because he has an ACL injury. But this is the kind of guy. Funny, they just traded out a guy that's tall, is able to see the floor, doesn't shoot or defend real well. Funny. That sounds like Nikola Topic in many ways.
Look, man, all these Nicolas. First started with Nikola Jokic, and then we have Nikola Jovic. Now we got Nikola Topic or whatever. Man, this is crazy, y'all.
Something about that name.
It's something about that name. Is this guy Serbian too, or something like that, or what is this
probably guy? Yeah. Nikola is probably Nikola is the John. Maybe overseas. So
that's hella funny. But
there you go. Go ahead, my friend.
No, go ahead, Jared. I
was going to take it over Legend. No, please, absolutely. I want to hear your thoughts on this because Oklahoma City just got off of Josh Giddey's contract, or they're going to have to extend him now in Chicago to get over not only I think getting a better player in Alex Caruso, but they draft Nikola Topic, who once he finally gets healthy, could serve many of the same things that we saw from Josh Giddey.
Man, I think getting Alex Caruso was huge.
It was
huge, bro. Can you imagine next season, instead of them having only Lou Dort harassing your other player's best ball handler, you have Lou Dort and Alex Caruso? Bro, that defense is gonna be crazy, man.
Oklahoma's gonna win a title in the next couple of years. They're gonna
for real.
You got to remember they have. And we
facts.
talked about Brooklyn having 16 draft picks to the year of 16 first round draft picks now after what happened yesterday, up until 2031. Oklahoma, I think was it you on the? I think somebody was on with me when I went over. I think it's like 50 something picks up until the end of this decade that they have to play with. So, yeah, if they do not win a title if they do not win a title, Legend, I think that's going to be a disappointment if they don't win it in the next 10 years.
But you know what they really need to do? They really need to get like a real big. Like Chet is a big, but he gets sometimes out muscled. Like there's guys who just throw their weight around too little, and then that really kills you, like not only deep inside the paint, but also for like offensive rebounds. Like he's just getting moved around like a rag doll because that's how strong them dudes are. So if you can bring in, bro, like imagine like you bring in a Miles Turner would change that team up. Chet maybe moves to the 4, man. That Miles Turner or just a real big who can help him, and then a Miles Turner could also even stretch the floor. So I think that'd be a big pickup.
So we'll see what happens. But Nikola Topic, the pick is in. He has been drafted 12th. He's heading to the stage right now very carefully. Again, he partially tore his ACL, so they're going to take some time getting him ready to get back on the court. But Oklahoma City, one of the few teams that can take a real chance and let this guy get well first, definitely doesn't have the need to put him out on the floor right away. So I think he goes to a good spot in OKC. And so we'll see what happens as he becomes a player in their rotation once he comes back. But that leads us to number 13 on our list right there. Again, Thunder did pick up Nikola Topic. The Sacramento Kings were heavily rumored to be in the Zach Edey sweepstakes. Legend 350, they're out near one of your favorite teams, the Golden State Warriors. What do you think the Sacramento Kings, which just re-signed Malik Monk to a nice hefty contract of about $80 million for 4 years, what do you think that they will be doing?
They definitely want to continue to improve that roster, or may look to trade that pick just to go get someone that can try to go win in that situation, because of your best player is basically letting the whole franchise know he is not re-signing until you know what are you going to do in the long term before you even commit. So they're going to have to figure out maybe you want to trade this pick and try to get something more who's ready now instead of someone who's more toward the future, just because of you're on the clock, and I don't think your best player is gonna stick around another year or so. If you're gonna just keep going to the tournament and just get knocked off in the in-season tournament every time, not gonna stick around.
Rodell is on asking why JHS is a bust and Scoot is not. It's because, well, JHS clearly does not look like an NBA player to start off with. Hurt his back because he sat on the bench too long. Can't shoot or defend. Scoot Henderson, yeah, he got a lot to work on, but at least he's playing definitive minutes on the Portland Trailblazers. And there's a good chance that he could develop into a decent player. He still has a shot. So it hasn't been proven yet whether or not he's a draft bust or not. JHS right now is a definitive draft bust because of what he didn't give us at all. He had the entire season up until the time he got hurt to go ahead and prove something to us, but he couldn't even get on the court. So that defines a draft bust right there for you, Rodell. You asked the question and you got the answer.
Absolutely. Like, all right, what I said.
Yep, absolutely. So the Kings are up next on the clock. Let's see what we got. Sham says the pick's in, and the next pick looks like Devin Carter is the next pick for the Sacramento Kings. I'm going to go ahead and post it right now out of Providence. Really good, solid point guard is what I think I spoke about him. What I've seen as far as in college out of Providence, definitely a good, solid player. Your thoughts, guys, on Sacramento picking up what I think is going to be a good contributor if he stays on Sacramento.
Well, according to Woj, might be looking to trade that pick just now.
Oh, really?
Now you talked about it. You talked about they're more of a win down mode. John, your thoughts look like they may be interested in trading Devin Carter.
That would definitely make a lot more sense. They're in win now mode. They need to go. Like it's a legend. You brought up a great point. Like De'Aaron Fox not moving until he see that the franchise backing him and they willing to put their money where their mouth is and be serious for real. No, that's where I really like that, legend. So I think that De'Aaron Fox is just saying like, show me what you gonna do and I'll do what I gotta do. So they better win now. They better go do something, try to turn this around for whatever.
If Fox leave, it's over.
It's over with.
Pale Fox, you can disagree with you already wrong, but I've been proven right so far. If I'm proven wrong, JHS will be a player. But you can. I'm not being a hater. I just saw what I saw. I saw he did nothing in summer league, and he's done nothing in the NBA so far. And now he has a back issue and a back problem, Pale. It's right there. You hear every single day. You know better than anybody how bad JHS has been for the Los Angeles Lakers. But he still has time to turn around. But so far, he has been the biggest draft bust of 2023. And it unfortunately comes at the Lakers. And so is Maxwell Lewis. Those guys have not given us any time in a rotation that was severely lacking depth. They had opportunity, both of them, and they didn't get it done. So, unfortunately, Rob needs to do a better job than that. John, we've talked about JHS and Maxwell Lewis being draft busts on the show. Yes. Not being a hater, I just call it like it is. And they need to turn around. They need to turn around. And it starts at Summer League here in Las Vegas. And that they put things together. Maxwell Lewis cannot go 3 games in Summer League and get donuts. If you can't score in Summer League, you're really, really behind the 8 ball, as they say, as far as your development is concerned. So they need much better performances out of JHS and Maxwell Lewis. And if they don't get it, then I think it's time to start realizing that they are draft busts. I don't want to be right when it concerns that. I want to be wrong, but it's not a bad take. Pale take. A bad take is saying that they're good players right now because they're not. Don't tell me what they did in the G League. Don't tell me what they did in the G League. The G League. I was going to say GHS League. The JHS League. Yeah, there you go. The G League. Don't tell me what you did in the G League because it hasn't translated yet to anything on the floor for the Lakers, especially for a team that needs consistency coming off the bench. So we'll see what it is. John says Alex Sarr. That is, yep, he's the number 2 draft choice out of for Washington. Great to have you here, Aussie. Cannot thank you enough for everybody on Facebook, everybody out there on Twitch. BD, give you a big shout out. Also, as well, Parade on Figueroa, and everybody else on YouTube. Truly appreciate you joining us. But yes, hopefully the Lakers will not fail this time around like they did last year, and will be able to pick up somebody that does give a good contribution more sooner than later. Because Legend, and I'll get this, for someone who's not a Lakers fan, I want to get your thoughts. This is important for the Lakers to do and get a player that can contribute right away, because if you're going to re-sign LeBron and you're going to re-sign D'Lo and you're going to try and be in win now mode, you have to get players that can contribute sooner rather than later.
Right. They need to. You got to get somebody ready now, and LeBron only got maybe 2, maybe 3 years, maybe I don't know, maybe even 1. It's hard to say, but the clock is ticking, and this is why I kept telling people like Paul Pierce to say draft Bronny at 17. That would be a terrible idea. You got to get somebody who can help you right now. And me personally, if you could trade that 17 pick to go get something more ready right now, that's what I would do. And then whatever you do with that last pick, it's kind of them on that one. But I would get somebody ready now. It ain't no time to be messing around.
Man, guys, if the Lakers draft Bronny, this is going to be insane. This is going to be wild. Like, and I'm honestly like,
I'm shutting down the channel for tonight if they draft him at 17.
I legitimately
just telling you that.
I legitimately am getting a little like, just like anxious. You know what I'm saying to me? Because like, I need to see if this is going to happen, because he does not fit. Like I said earlier, I don't even think he's league ready from the games that I've seen. But I also know the nepotism that runs in the league, and I also know who his dad is, and I also know that LeBron, like since Bronny's been like 10 years old, has been saying, I want to play with Bronny. I want to play with Bronny. My one goal is to play with Bronny. My one goal is to play with Bronny. And Legends just brought up a great point. Bro, Bronny only got like 2-3 years. Bron only got like 2-3 years, like max, bro. Like, and if he just want to just be on a team and just lollygag, like, all right, maybe like 5-7, that's stretching it. But Bronny, if he gets drafted just because LeBron wanted this to happen, man, I'm gonna be upset.
John, I'm gonna give you a Legend. If you want to stay on the air, since you're also co-hosting this, and you've got the control, I'll go off air. How about that? I will go off air, but I will let you continue to run the stream, man, if you want, and I'll just go off air if they trap Bronny at 17. So
I really hope they don't listen to Paul Pierce and actually do that. I'd be blown away if they do that.
Oh, it'd be a bad day. So yeah, Paled. Yeah, don't tell me about that. You don't. When Joe calls Maxwell Lewis and JHS draft bus, you don't say anything. But yeah, when I say it, you say something. So yeah, that's. You have stood up for JHS and Kwame Brown to Joe. Okay, if that's the case, you standing up for Kwame Brown. Yeah, it's.
I just don't think. I don't think they'll do it at 17. I don't think they will.
Yeah, exactly. So, but we'll go from there. But once again, it's the Lakers fast break. John, you got you, man. No worries. It is, of course. Let me go ahead and get you back on there. There you go. All right. It is, of course, Legend 350. John had to go ahead and get something real quick. It is, of course, Gerald Glassford. Thanks so much again for joining us right here. Yes, and it is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. Truly appreciate you joining us. Like and subscribe. I'm going to go ahead and give everybody an update of what's going on right now. It is, of course, the Trailblazers coming up next. The Kings have just drafted Devin Carter. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to post that on the screen here. So I think it's a solid pick by the Kings. Definitely looking forward to seeing what they're going to. Yeah, I think it's a really solid kick. I think he's going to have a good career. But yes, I've seen nothing as of yet for number 14. Number 14 has been traded to the Wizards, so this is the Wizards pick. Right now. So Parade on Figueroa says, "Please give my best to Legend 350. I will do so." Parade on Figueroa. He said, "Great insights, Legend 350."
I appreciate
it. Absolutely. And you know what? If you get a chance, Parade on Figueroa, check out our stream yesterday, the mock draft we did where we had 2.5 hours of this young man right here. He was giving his insight because he was GM for 10 teams yesterday. And my God, he made Laker Tom. Oh, he roasted him over the coals on a couple of those trades, at least one trade. You made him work. I was loving it because you were making him sweat it out. You were saying, because Laker Tom would ask for a trade, give you a trade proposal. You're like, I'm not so sure. What if you throw in this player? What if you do this? And you were making him work. And yeah, I thought it was great. You were awesome yesterday in the mock drafts. Yeah, if you get a chance, everyone, after all said and done, you want to go ahead and check it out for some just light fun or listen to it available wherever you get your podcast. Yeah, it was just great. It was absolutely a great time, our mock draft. I cannot thank you enough again, Legend, for being a part of it. We're going to go ahead now. Again, 14 is on the clock right now. Let's see if anybody has picked as of yet. Nothing listed as of yet. Oh, yes, we do. We do have a draft. Remember this from the other day, from yesterday. Booby Carrington. I think I got his name correct. He was another name that I was going to have issue. Or Bub, I think it goes, but I think it's Booby because it goes Bubi or whatever. Bubi. There you go, John. Come back to you. Bubi Carrington. Is that Carlton Carrington? Yeah, at number 14 in the NBA draft. So it's Carlton Carrington. I don't know why this is Bubi. It's why he calls him Bub. Is that his nickname? I wasn't. Go ahead. I'm going to look that up. I didn't know that was his nickname. I thought it was Carlton Carrington out of pick. Because remember, he was okay, his nickname is Bub. Okay. So Carlton Carrington, aka Bub, goes to the Wizards, the Washington Wizards. I think this is good for him because he does it's Bub. B-U-B is his nickname. I was just calling him by his given name, Carlton Bub Carrington. So, guys, he is a good shooter, one of the best up there. He did perform the best at the 3-point contest at the combine as far as the evaluation on the 3-pointers. That may have increased his chances and likelihoods of moving up in the draft. Legend 350, we talked about him a little bit as far as a shooter. John, I have you here now. Your thoughts? The Wizards are just looking to get talent. And in this case, shooting always helps. And if Carrington shoots as well as he did at the combine, this could help the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're this down bad that they're at, when you're in this position, you just got to stack all the talent you could get, stack all the talent you can get. So, and then when it's the right time, then you start wheeling and dealing these talented players when you figure out who your pieces are going to be.
I mean,
absolutely.
When you suck, that's the best thing to do. Just keep drafting, build on, and hopefully they turn into decent players. You might can trade it off and bring something even better, or it turn into a superstar. So
exactly.
We'll see what happens. But it's getting closer and closer to the Lakers pick, guys. Some interesting names have started to appear. Your thoughts on this, guys? I know, especially Legend, you were really on top of the game with us as far as the mock draft is concerned. When you have a player like Dalton Knecht, who at one time was as high as number 5, he is one of the oldest players in the draft, but one of the best shooters and scorers in the draft. He is dropping into the range of the Lakers. Could this be a possibility for the Los Angeles Lakers?
could be. I mean, when it comes to playing with LeBron James, he love having those shooters on the wings, and he fit that description right perfect. I would take it. I would take a chance and take him. He fits the bill. What you looking for?
Number 15 by Miami. Miami is indeed taking, according to Shams Charania, for everyone out there, Khalil Ware. So they're going to big guy. The first thing they did, John, today was sign Bam Adebayo to an extension. Now they're getting a athletic 7-footer who may be able to stretch it out to the 3-pointer. Interesting pick by Miami, getting Khalil Ware at number 15.
Yeah. Like I said, don't keep up much college hoops. So
Couldn't tell you much about him, but I know that Miami is very selective with players they draft. They do an extensive background check. They know all that you're about, and they try to draft Heat guys. So hey, maybe they'll get another Jamie Jaquez, and just draft one of those guys that they could just build just because of their culture.
So I ask you, Legend, it seems like some players are dropping, but Khalil Ware seems to be right around. This is right around where Khalil Ware was going to be picked in most mock drafts. Your thoughts on Khalil Ware, 7-footer, something that they've kind of shied away from as far as getting talented 7-footers. They've had stretches where they have, but mainly because Bam Adebayo's been the guy, the rock solid guy that they've had there in the middle for a while. Getting Khalil Ware would be giving some help to Bam Adebayo.
Be a definitely good pickup. Again, like you just said, Gerald, getting some more help for Bam. And with Bam getting older and older, it's good to have another young person, energetic, that you can bring in and tag along with you. And you can have somebody back him up and help him out. And then I know Miami got other situations they got to worry about too, of not for sure if it's true or not about Jimmy might be on his way out. I'm not for sure about that part. But it'll be a good pickup for them wise to have with Bam, and maybe convince them to not to let Jimmy walk out the door. But
Man, if Jimmy walks out the door, everything that they've been building is just
gone.
But he is 35, John.
But he's don't play like it.
He just doesn't play like it. Play all Jimmy.
When he's on the court, though. And he plays better in the playoffs than he does in the regular season. You guys got to admit that. He does turn up his game for the playoffs.
He definitely. I feel like sometimes he don't even care about the regular season. He just waiting for that playoff kick.
Right. He probably doesn't. Oh my gosh, that's
which
funny.
is crazy.
Right.
Like it's crazy the amount of talent that a human being can have. Like, how do you not care? And then just say like, all right, cool, I'm gonna start turning it up now, and just go off. Like there's no freaking learning curve. There's ain't no nothing for him.
Especially in the East.
I remember, I remember the game that he missed because he said he was sick, and then posed for photographs with people that came up from Brazil. So I'm like, if you're sick, how come you're posing for photographs if you're sick? So you're right. He doesn't take the regular season real seriously. We'll see. But also I was, with Pat Riley, if you remember his closing comments at the end of the season, you know how all the executives and the players have to make their end of season exit interviews, so to speak.
Yeah.
Pat Riley was pretty derisive to Jimmy Butler upon his last interview of the season. So I don't know. Maybe that might have driven a wedge between those two. So it'll be interesting to see if Jimmy Butler does come back to the Heat. I know he's still owed money, a lot of money. So we'll see if somebody wants to be like a Houston, wants to be a win now team and pick up Jimmy. But I'm not saying it's 100% done deal, guys, that Jimmy Butler will remain in Miami.
I can't see him leaving just because of that situation.
Blue Magic is almost is biting his nails. I know that Stoda Hansen is profusely sweating on Twitter. McCain, a lot of people are now predicting McCain will go because of the Duke connection there. We'll see. We do not have a pick yet for number 16, which we'll see coming up for here hopefully very shortly. But once again, it is, of course, they want to give everybody an update. Zachary Risache is number 1 to the Hawks, Alex Sarr to the Wizards, Reed Shepherd to the Rockets, Stephen Castle to the Spurs, Ron Holland to the Pistons, Tijani Salon to the Hornets, Donovan Clingan to the Trailblazers. Rob Dillingham was drafted by the Spurs, but then was traded to the Timberwolves. The Grizzlies drafted Zach Edey. Jazz drafted Cody Williams. Bulls with Modest Bacelis. The Thunder with Nikola Topic. Kings got Devin Carter. The Trailblazers draft, I say Carlton, but I guess it's Bub Carrington now, his nickname. And he is reportedly being traded to the Wizards. The Heat are next, and then they picked, of course, what we saw with Khalil Ware. Number 16 is the 76ers, a team that has a lot of cap space. So it'd be very interesting to see what they'll do. This is almost like an afterthought to the Sixers. Not just who they draft, John, but also the fact that in about 5-6 days, they will be one of the biggest players in free agency.
Going after Paul George.
Man, they got to. They got to. You don't always let Joel Embiid down. He's always had to deal with some sort of drama, whether it's some going on in the front office between James Harden in the front office or Ben Simmons and his little saga. He thought he had, the partner, his best pick and roll partner in James Harden. He had his whole ordeal. Paul George, man, think he's the only answer. And I say this sometimes when I talk about basketball. It's like there's certain moves that not only, make you better, but it keeps your star player. Like it just keeps your star player. Like if Joel Embiid just keeps going and going, and the Sixers keep not putting him in the right position, he's gonna end up having to walk.
Once again, this is the Lakers Fast Break. This is, of course, Gerald Glassford. Thanks so much again for watching, listening. Legend 350, truly appreciate you being here as well. I cannot thank you enough for joining us. Will this be the last chat for Pale Fox? Let's see. This will be the last chat for Joe Soro if Bronny James is selected number 17. I will hand it over to John as far as the stream is concerned if Bronny is drafted at 17. So
I had to go drink me a beer if he get drafted.
Exactly. I may guide it from the scenes just to help you out, John. So I won't leave you high and dry totally, but I will not be on camera. Let's put it that way. So I'll be hitting things in and around my office probably if that's the case. 55, they're going to do it at 55. I just have a feeling they're going to do it at 55. No matter if I like it or don't like it, doesn't matter. They're going to do it at 55. Yeah, I think anyways, but we'll see. But again, it is Miami selecting Khalil Ware at number 15. Again, it's we'll see what happens there. But yes, Xbox says he would quit his job right now. JSJ, I won't end the stream. I respect Legend 350 and John and you guys out there too much. So I'll let them host. I will be off camera. I will not be on camera if the Lakers select Bronny James. I want to shut down the stream. The temptation be there, but that's disrespectful to Legend 350 and John and the time that they put in tonight. So I will not. I will let them take over the channel, take over the show, and go from there. So, but Rodell says Max Christie's younger brother, Cam Christie, looks better than Bronny. Yeah, Rodell, there is something I agree with you on. Because Bronny has not proven to me he can be an everyday NBA player. I don't know if he ever be an everyday NBA player. I just don't know. Kurt Affair says he had a good run too. They're already counting me out, guys. They're already counting me out here. We'll see. Number 16 pick is in. Jared McClain out of Duke is being picked by Philadelphia. So your thoughts on this, Legend 350? We talked about it. The Duke connection for Jared McClain is not going to happen there, but it could be Filipowski for the Lakers. So we'll see. But it is now the time is upon us, Legend. But your thoughts real quickly on Philadelphia picking Jared McClain at number 16.
I say it was not a bad pickup. I mean, I'm gonna be surprised they traded it off since they didn't win now mode. But it's not a bad pickup. Somebody you can probably bring off the bench and maybe give you some good solid minutes. But I wouldn't be surprised they really try to move this pick on, knowing what they're trying to do now. And then I know they in the sweepstakes for Paul George, and he could be in the midst of part of that trade to make something happen.
Anyone but I would say anyone but Bronny, but I would probably say Allen right now. If anyone, maybe Dalton Knecht is the most ready to win player now. He is older, yes, but he is the most ready to win player now. Filipowski, solid 7-footer out there. I mean, you guys talk about you want somebody to play alongside AD. He may develop into that. Tristan Da Silva is out there also as well. You guys talked about Isaiah Collier. He is somebody that's still out there. He's Missy. Somebody that I know that our good friend Rafael Barlow, or my good friend Rafael Barlow, had said that he was interested in. There's still some decent players out there. Terrence Shannon Jr., who was found innocent in his rape charge, so he was dismissed. He is an innocent man, free man, and he might be rising up draft boards. So, but Knecht seems like he's probably the most ready to go right now of the players that are out there. Deron Holmes, the second, is also a good choice. So, John, here we come to it, my friend.
Here we come to it.
Got a trade. Got a trade coming through. Okay. Reporting it first right there is Legend 350. But again, Jared McCain at 16. Is this so what's the trade that's coming out there, my friend?
Well, you got Portland just made a trade with the Wizards.
Yeah, that's the one for Florida, pick 14. Yes. That's the one from earlier. That's the one I think. Yes, the 14th. So that Washington could get Bub Carlton Carrington. I didn't know about the Bub. I calling him Carlton, his given name forever. But yes, Carlton Carrington. Yeah, that's the trade that they did with the Portland Trailblazers. But here comes John. Are you nervous? Are you nervous?
Very nervous.
I gotta get me a drink for this one right here.
Okay, so while he's doing that, yes, John, it's up to you and me right now. We're gonna hold down the fort. Legend is trolling us. McCain, yes, BD is mad because the Sixers got McCain. The Duke connection. They still BD. If you're interested in the Duke connection with JJ Redick, yes, Filipowski is still there. If Rodell says if Connect is a pick, they will trade AR. That's a good Rodell. That's 2 in a row. I'm going to give you your compliments. I'm going to give you your props on that. That is a possibility because AR could be on the move, even despite calling JJ a basketball genius. Alan, that didn't the Lakers try that before with very limited success? To be honest with you, I'm not sure if plus we talked about Austin Reeves' handle. His handle at times is he gets the ball stolen from him sometimes really easily. I don't know. I don't have great feelings about him being moved over to point guard if that's the case, Alan. But we'll see. For Alfred's sake, pick Connect. I know that Alfred was really high on Dalton Knecht. We'll see. Has the pick come in? Lakers, you have like 6 great picks staring you in the face, Sam. Stone is getting really nervous there on Twitter. Oh my gosh, it's too funny. Kurt Affair says Legend is going to announce Westbrook to the Lakers trade after this. Oh my gosh. Scarlet Blue says Lakers aren't trading Austin Reeves. I think at some point in time they may consider it just because of what he makes. And it depends on what kind of ceiling you think AR has. Some people like myself think he's better suited in long run for a 6-man role on a championship team. Some people think he's can be a really good starter in the league, and JJ will expound his game. Your thoughts, John? How much do you think JJ will help the basketball genius will help Austin Reeves' game?
I think it'll really advance his game. To be honest with you, I think there's player. Oh man, that's crazy. I'm watching this live draft and they're showing Jared McCain's TikToks. That's insane. We're talking about NBA here. That's wild. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I think it'll be big, Gerald. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's gonna show him a whole new side of the game. I think a lot of these younger players, like they're just out there hooping, but like there's like a whole other side of basketball. And I think these OGs, these geniuses in the game could give it to him. But man, I'm not gonna lie, guys, I am stressing.
Yeah, at least I know the pick is in, though. It doesn't say who it is.
On TV, just everybody know they're just finished picking number 16, Jared McClain. So we'll see. Shams and Agent Wojnarowski are quiet right now on the Lakers pick, which is very nerve-wracking to say the least. Scar and Blue says Isaiah Collier out of USC is probably the choice. We'll see. No views, no NBA, BD says. We'll see, but this is the moment of truth. Pale Fox says, I'm going to drink for the first time in 10 years if we get this right and pick Connect. We'll see. Here it comes. The Lakers.
All right, Legion.
Start drinking, Pale. Start drinking because the Lakers have selected Dalton Knecht out of Tennessee as the number 17th pick in the NBA draft.
Right.
They might have done, and I repeat, they might have done actually something right. So your thoughts, Legend, first off, to give John a little bit more time to study up on Dalton Knecht, but this guy was thought of in a sense of maybe he was as high as number 4 in some of these early on mock drafts. In Tankathon, he was their number 6 rated guy. Your thoughts on Dalton Knecht? He is 23 years old, but he is ready-made to possibly help the Lakers win right now.
I say it was a good pickup for the Lakers. Got a good shooter. Even though even though he did 4 years of college, just like what John said, I like 4 year people in 4 years because of they're ready right now. They're ready for the moment. They already prepared. We went through the hoops and hurdles you go through when you're a young player, and I think he's the right person to go with this situation. I think him following the draft was a good situation for the Lakers. Hey, and thank God you didn't see Bronny, so hey, we got to get the pitchforks in there.
Yeah, you didn't have to see me leave. And JSJ says for now, Joe is not leaving. Joe Soro is not leaving the channel or not stop watching Lakers basketball. John, great to have you here as well as Legend 350. Your thoughts, my friend. Dalton Knecht, the newest Los Angeles Laker.
Wow. That's crazy. I'm just happy we didn't draft Bronny. Yeah, I'm just happy we didn't draft Bronny. But I mean, I'm I don't watch much college hoops, but I'm looking into this guy a little bit. Talking about 6'6" shooter. What? So we're gonna slide him into that wing spot right there with D'Lo, Austin Reeves. So let's see, man. Let's see. As long as it wasn't Bronny.
Yep, absolutely. Again, he was projected out. He is actually, if you looked at Tankathon stats, he was second as far as overall points per game behind Zach Edey. So he was averaging out to 25.5 points per 48 minutes, or excuse me, per 36 by default and graded on position. So yeah, Dalton Knecht, 6'6". He is 23 years old. Really, really good shooter. Possibly the best shooter in this draft. Shot about 40% from 3-point on very heavy volume. So Laker Tom must be doing backflips right now because Laker Tom always loves those volume 3-point shooters. Your thoughts, my friend, Legend 350, on what this does for the LA Lakers?
Definitely gives you more shooting on the team. Help you spread the floor a lot more. Gonna be curious to see how they're gonna maneuver him into the lineup. You still got AR, and then you still got. I'm not sure what they're gonna do with D'Lo situation, as well as what you do with Rui. But it was an excellent pickup to me. I think it was the best choice to go with in this draft, in the point of this draft at least.
John, you said something came up, and you're going to have to leave. But before we head on out, I want to hear your final thoughts, my friend. So it's going to be Legend 350 and I holding down the cord. You do not have to go ahead and take over the stream, but your thoughts, my friend, and what you have planned for your great channels as well. I want to make sure you give those channels a plug always, my friend.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. And I am sorry I got to go early. Daddy duties are kicking in. My daughter in another room crying. I need to go take care of that. But I mean, as always, I appreciate you, Gerald. Appreciate all the chat being on here, man, supporting Legend 350, man. It was great meeting you. I'm going to definitely reach out to you so we can collab some more. Would love to get you on my channel. I've had Gerald and everybody on my channel. But if you guys do want to follow everything that I got going on, I got 2 channels. I got Clutch Talk. It's an NBA talk show. I drop 2 episodes per week. That's on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. And I got Lakers Corner. That's just on YouTube. Just talk strictly all about Lakers. But hey, man, today's a W. We did not draft Bronny. But I appreciate you guys. And for now, I'm out of here, you guys. Peace.
All right. Thank you again, John. Right, appreciate all the time that you're being here. Hopefully you'll stop by tomorrow, Thursday, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern for the second round, aka the Bronny Invitational. So we'll see, unless it gets picked by Phoenix, but we'll see. But I'm going to get you off screen now, John. Thanks again, my friend. I owe you. You're truly a trooper and truly cannot thank you enough for being by on our NBA draft coverage. But thank you again, my friend. You go take care of that young lady in your life. But it is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. And Legend, I was asked to go ahead and look up Stone Hansen's mock. He actually had his big board of the 75 best players. I'm going to see where Dalton Knecht lies. Up next for the draft right now will be the Magic. Tell me your thoughts. This was Alfred Esmond's team. And we talked about the fact that they're very offensively challenged. What would you have in mind while I look up for our audience on what Stone had Dalton Knecht? What are your thoughts on what Orlando needs to do?
I would definitely say for Orlando, they need to improve on the offensive end. And I think at this point now you want to draft somebody who can bring you a little more offense than what you got, whether it's shooting, into the basket, one or the other. You want to find somebody who can bring some offense. That's what they really need. That's what hurt them in the playoffs the most. I really think they got a bright future already, so I would go with somebody who can bring some good offense at this point.
So to give everybody a thoughts on where Stone thinks that he would be, I'm looking for his name now. Looking through the first 25, Dalton Knecht. Number 10, the number 10 prospect right there. Just to let everyone know, the number 10 prospect for Stone Hansen, Dalton Knecht, gets picked 17th by the Los Angeles Lakers. So
Gerald, I gotta go.
You got to go too? Okay, I will stay here. Legend 350. Again, truly appreciate it. You're welcome to stop by tomorrow. But again, truly appreciate everything you're doing. One last plug for your channel, Legend 350.
Everyone just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to Gerald once again for the invite. Love coming and talk basketball with you guys. And anyone want to check out my channel, mostly talk about gaming, Atlanta Hawks, Warriors, NBA talk, anime. I do all three. And Tony, who in the chat, he know all about me. Tony, he on my channel all the time. So you guys feel free to check me out if you want to check me out. With NBA or this video game wise, definitely got you. But enjoy the time being with you guys, and I'll be here tomorrow to see the Bronny invitation. Most likely what it's going to be. I'll be here to
sounds good, my friend. You got it. Great to have you here again. It is the Legend 350. I'll get you off screen, but go ahead and make sure you like and subscribe his channel on YouTube. Legend 350, you're awesome. The past couple of days, people really enjoyed having him on. Truly cannot thank you enough. Aussie AR Mark II. So we'll see, Austin, if he's going to be playing at a level that's really going to be good for him. Dalton Knecht. How is Filipowski still available? Maybe it's just he doesn't shine, BD, in any one certain aspect. He looks like he's going to be a solid center. Maybe that's a detraction, that they don't think he has a great upside. Maybe that's why. I just think he's a really solid center, has good vision, get him in a post, be able to pass it out. I really think he's going to be a solid center in the league, but I'm not sure exactly why he is dropping. Tristan Da Silva is in. He is now a member of the Orlando Magic. I want to go ahead and make sure everybody knows that. But again, the 10th pick or 10th guy on the big board for the Los Angeles Lakers on of course, report_court. That would be Stone Hansen. Dalton Knecht is now a Los Angeles Lakers. So going to go ahead and make sure everybody knows and get everybody update that Orlando is picking Tristan Da Silva at number 18. So going to go ahead and get you there on there. So I have that right now. But yes, I'm getting everybody up to date right now. 18th pick is in. Tristan Da Silva is now an Orlando Magic. So we'll see what happens there. Truly appreciate you joining us. Putting out the call to see if anybody else can hop on. And can anyone hop on and join me as far as the regular crew? Yes. And see if they can provide some analysis right now. See if they can go ahead and do so. Seeing if anyone on the crew could go ahead and stop on by, share their thoughts on Dalton Knecht as the new Los Angeles Laker. Looking forward to hearing their thoughts on that. So want to go ahead and make sure that everybody is out there. Again, Tristan Da Silva is the latest pick as far as the NBA draft is concerned. Once again, it's Gerald Glassford. Thanks again for stopping by. Truly appreciate you joining us. Again, great to have you here. I'll let Darren call in. Lakers won the draft. Pale Fox is happy. How athletic is Knecht? I don't think athleticism is his greatest strength. Obviously, he's going to be more of a shooter. Defensively, he does his metrics defensively. They're not awful. So hopefully we can get him be able to go ahead and stay on the floor, guard at the perimeter. But he is rated pretty good by Stone Hansen. I'm going to get Stone's thoughts right now. Let me go ahead and see if I can get that posted on the screen here. Right there. And then, yes, see what comes. Lakers could really do some amazing work if they dip back into the draft and take Deron Holmes. Stone Hansen says, fantastic pick, baby. Fantastic pick. There you go. Absolutely. So Stone Hansen is happy about it. Last year, he and I and Joe were all miserable with the JHS pick, but that doesn't look like it's going to be the case. But we'll see what happens. Dalton Knecht, hard worker. As far as ESPN, what they said, he's going to be in the gym every single day. That's what he does. So we'll see how he develops his game at Tennessee. I know Alfred Esmond was really high on Dalton Knecht. I know he is in and around the Tennessee area for a great bit. It got a chance to see Dalton Knecht a lot. So he is very happy. Again, right now, Dalton Knecht, the newest Laker. 18th again is Tristan da Silva. So definitely looking forward to seeing what he could do with the Orlando Magic, a team in desperate need of some offense. So hopefully we can go ahead and do that. Jamie Sweet is coming on his way to give his thoughts on Dalton Knecht. So we will have Jamie Sweet here. BD says, interesting. NBA is doing Twitch with the guys who get drafted. Then they go to talk to the media after being drafted. It's all about new opportunities, BD. I'm not surprised. Twitch is trying to branch itself out beyond what they've been doing for so many years. So it's not surprising to see the NBA collaborate more with Twitch on that. JSJ said this is a better pick than Laker Tom's. Absolutely. So yes, Jamie Sweet should be here in a few moments. Dalton Knecht is a 2-guard. Yes, Alan, he is a shooting guard. Should be a sniper and a gunner starting off the bench, or maybe he'll start. Who knows if he's good enough to start, because he is more win player now. We'll see him here in Las Vegas coming up in Summer League. Also as well, the California Classic is where the Lakers play their first games. That I believe will be shown on Spectrum. So hopefully we'll be able to get a chance to show that on playback.tv/Lakers Fast Break as well. Pale Fox says he's getting some crack to celebrate. Not only is he getting back on the sauce after 10 years, he's going to go ahead and get some crack to celebrate Dalton Knecht from Tennessee getting drafted by the Lakers. So funny, Pale Fox, you're having a good time. Sean, I'm hoping you're liking the pick as well. I know that you and I have had different opinion on certain aspects of the Lakers, but we all want the Lakers to win. Jacoby Walter is being selected next by Toronto. That's kind of a situation where Jacoby Walter, good player, but with Filipowski out there and them needing size, kind of an interesting pick. So, Kurt Affair says, would you try to acquire a pick in the second to get Jamal Shear? Jamal Shear's name has been mentioned. Kurt, I wouldn't mind to see. They need talent. The Lakers, as Joe said, Joe and I disagree on a lot of things, both on and off the court. But one of the things that we both agree to is that they need talent. And Jamal Sheed out of Houston does distribute the ball well, probably one of the best playmakers in the draft. Small. His shot still needs some work, but we'll see if he can go ahead and be someone that the Lakers might be interested in. You never know. He may fall to 55. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But from Nick Molina, he just shared something on Lakers Nation status. LeBron James showed love to Dalton Knecht 2 months ago. Yes, Lakers Empire posted a tweet that said that LeBron James was impressed with Dalton Knecht's work. So now Stone Hansen is retweeting stuff out there as far as Dalton Knecht, his footage and what he saw in Dalton Knecht. And you can see that right now at report_court on Twitter. So all the Laker fans seemingly are very happy with this selection. Yes, we're just really, really glad to see that everybody is happy and not this time last year when many people were upset with the JHS pick. BD says, hear me out. They need to trade Russell for another player and a pick to get Filipowski. I will say this, BD, if it gets to the point where D'Angelo Russell comes in and says he is opting in to the final year's contract, he probably has an extension or a trade somewhere lined up. So that may mean a sign and trade for the Lakers. But we won't know that, I believe, materializing until maybe this weekend. So we'll see if what's the case. But D'Angelo right now holds all the cards in regards to his future. So we'll see if he comes in with a better offer from somewhere else, or if the Lakers do try to go ahead and retain his services. Current affairs, since the Raptors picked Walter, that could mean Gary Trent Jr. may be on the move after all. I would say that's a good suggestion there. I think that's a possibility, Kurt. So we'll see Gary Trent Jr., someone who I thought he was going to be developing at a little bit higher rate. I thought he would be a little bit better than he is, but still, he is a decent defender and a good scorer. But I really liked what I saw when I saw him, especially playing a time of the bubble. I thought his career was going to blossom a little bit more, but it hasn't as of yet. But maybe getting in the right position with the right team may do him justice on that, and could be something the Lakers could look at. But Toronto did pick 19th, and they picked Jacoby Walter. Jacoby Walter right there for you. If everybody is familiar with Jacoby Walter, he's a shooting guard out of Baylor. He goes at 19th for the Toronto Raptors. 20th is the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're next on the clock. Let's see who they get. They have not reported that as of yet, so still waiting on who Cleveland is going to be drafting at number 20. But definitely it's got very interesting with Dalton Knecht being picked at 17 by the Los Angeles Lakers. Definitely looking forward to seeing what he can do for the team. Yes, absolutely. So the Raptors did pick, again, already, like I said, Jacoby Walter. 20th, we're now waiting on the clock with the Cleveland Cavaliers. And here today to go ahead and join me, good friend indeed. He is one half of the Lakerholics. It is, of course, Jamie Sweet, Laker Tom's nemesis, argument guy that he likes to argue with. Jamie, great to have you. Well, when he's not arguing with me, of course. Great to have you here, my friend. Dalton Knecht, John Aussie, 6'6" was what he's rated. Around 6'5", 6'6", shooting guard out of Tennessee, 23 years old. So he is one of the oldest players in the draft, but he's one of the most ready and win now players in the draft. Your thoughts on Dalton Knecht of Tennessee going to the Lakers, Jamie?
Just want to say hi, Kurt Affair, and I agree with one Flymigo that we just did get like a top 10 pick. He just fell, and I don't know why. I was kind of surprised some of the other guys went before him.
I think his age.
Yeah, but I don't understand the NBA or I don't understand the NBA's like hesitance to draft guys who have gone to 3 or 4 years of college. And I get it, like if they're not like dominating, if they're not scoring like 50 points a game and scoring 20 rebounds a game, all these, but it's just the college game isn't like that. You know what I mean? Like it's just these guys just come to your team with more fundamental skills. They're more fundamentally sound. They're ready to, contribute to winning right now. We went away from that last season when we picked Jalen Hood-Schifino. And I don't know that we'll ever get anything out of that pick. I hate to say it, but I just don't, every time I see him in a trade, I'm like, this is just to make salaries match. It's not because somebody's like, oh, we get Jalen Hood-Schifino. It just doesn't work like that. So I'm excited. I really had come to the conclusion that drafting a center was a bad idea for us because we have 3 to 4 centers under contract, depending on what Jackson Hayes does. We got Edey. We got Wood, who picked up his option the minute he could. Jackson Hayes still has, 3 days to decide if he's picking up his option. And we have Colin Castleton on a 2-way deal. And nobody we drafted is going to contribute any faster than Colin Castleton. They're not going to beat Colin Castleton. He is as ready to contribute as any of these other guys. He's had the benefit of G League experience. He's had the benefit of at least being in the Laker building and being around the Lakers coaching staff and training guys and players. I don't know that I saw any game action at the pro level. I don't remember if he got into some garbage time. I don't think he did, but I could be wrong. He might have 20 whole minutes of NBA experience or what have you. But I just didn't see the logic in us picking a center that wasn't likely to play right away. Not when we have so many other needs. I'm a little bit surprised it wasn't a guard because we might lose D'Lo in free agency, and that's going to be a rough spot to recoup if he walks. ST Hydro. Yeah, you don't know. Colin Castleton is garbage. You don't know ST Hydro. You just go back to the water in San Diego.
Well, I don't know about Colin Castleton.
I kid. Listen. My point is this: is that like we already have a young center. I mean, and even Hayes, right? Hayes is still a project. We've got two.
Castleton is very iffy at this point because remember he is an older center as well. He's 24.
He was a 4-year guy as well. I mean, I liked what he said in his interview that he's trying to add the 3-ball. That he's put on weight. Obviously, he's put on some weight, and I think that bodes well for him. And I just didn't want another. I know you are SD Hydro, and I'm just being. It's all good. That's what we're here for. We're here to have fun. I think it's fun. Some people I think get a little wrapped up in comments and things like that. I don't care. Anyway, I just didn't see the need for another project center. We have 1.5, right? Half in Hayes if he picks up his option, and 1 for sure in Castleton. And nobody you pick in the draft, there's no guarantee that they come ready-made to contribute at the NBA level. Very few outside of the top 10 ever do. It's very rare that you find somebody who you're like, and this is your role, and we know you're going to do great at it. I mean, there was a guy like that available in last season's draft, and we missed on him, and Jaquez. And there was a higher potential player that we missed on when we picked Hood-Schifino and Whitmore. Both of those guys are available. So it's nice to see the Lakers eventually learn from that terrible, terrible mistake. Because you can't – I feel like the one thing in the Rob Pelinka – well, one of the many things that galls me during the Rob Pelinka era is the devaluation of draft capital. And the idea that it just is there to be included in trade to get a player, which is how draft picks were treated the first couple of years Rob was on the job. And I don't think there's a lot of logic in that because every single NBA team in the modern era needs good, cheap talent. And the only way you get good, cheap talent, maybe, is to draft it. If you're picking up some guy like Taurean Prince on a vet minimum deal, or you're picking up somebody like, some point guard on a vet minimum deal, it's likely that they are coming with physical, mental, or both baggage, and that it's well established that they are only suited for a very specific role. You have a chance with guys coming out of the draft that they turn into like an Austin Reeves, somebody who shows you more than you thought you were getting. You don't often get that in guys who've been around the league 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So it's great to see us pick. I'm glad we didn't trade the pick. Unless it was, I didn't see us trading the pick unless it was somebody of like DeJounte Murray or better caliber. I don't really see us even being in the Murray sweepstakes. I think, and if he is on the market at all, that there's teams that can outbid us. Maybe they don't want him is the only thing that could make it break the Lakers' way. But I mean, it's nice to see us just pick a decent pick. And I think this guy can contribute. I mean, he can shoot. Like you said, he's a 4-year guy. He's going to come in with some basic fundamental skills. Yeah. Who are we talking about in the chat? Who emails us? Oh, Z.
Oh, Z. Yeah, we get emails from her time to time, and but I know she's been busy doing other things in the Philippines. But hopefully we can. Yeah,
she's on a wacky time zone too, so it's hard to. It's. I mean, she and Michael are almost. I think she's even a little farther east than Michael is.
We'll probably get an email from her with her description on whether Dalton Knecht was a good pick or not here, probably the next couple of days. But yeah, Alfred Esmond, who has seen Dalton Knecht live. Well, actually, he's seen a lot of footage of, and he's seen a club close in Tennessee, Dalton Knecht, and who was really high on him. In fact, he was the top 10 pick, really high on Dalton Knecht. I was very happy right now in our chat. Thank you, Alfred, for all your hard work yesterday in the mock draft. And yeah, absolutely glad to see that we've made you happy. We've made Stone happy because he was the number 10 prospect on his big board. Yep. Seems like everybody is happy with Dalton Knecht being picked. And that's something, again, Jamie, that, like you said, they made the mistake last year of picking JHS, who's been a draft bust so far.
There is literally no other way to describe his career so far. It is literally a draft bust. and that's saying something at 17.
And let's hope that they change it around. Let's hope he has a chance to change it around. But again, this time they didn't let a Cam Whitmore, or they didn't let a Triple J.
Right.
They didn't let a Podziemski.
Right.
They didn't let one of those guys go by. This is a guy that can produce for his ceiling may not be what some of these other guys that are being picked right now at, but again, he is more of a ready-made product to play now. And that tells me that the Lakers are going to go ahead and offer LeBron the ready-made package now. They are going to go ahead and try either sign and trade or bring D'Lo back in. They are going to go ahead and go all in with JJ Redick right now, my friend.
So this opens the door for a Rui Hachimura trade. That's basically how I see this. Or you could argue a Jared Vanderbilt trade. I happen to think just because of his contract and that he played most of last season, Rui Hachimura is probably the most likely trade candidate on the Laker roster right now. I know you're going to see Vanderbilt included in a lot of trades. I'm a huge Vanderbilt fan, so I don't want to see him get traded. B, he was hurt all last season, so I think the return on that is going to be lower than his potential impact if he's healthy. So, Juan, let's let Juan Velasquez. Come on, man. There's just no world where Joe Soro is better at basketball than Jalen Hood-Schifino.
Well, I'm going to say this: Pale Fox is his only supporter in our chat, seemingly. I think Rodell as well. But if he does pan out, that's a benefit to the Lakers. And you know 100%. What? And prove us all. We'll be all proven wrong.
I'll be happy.
Great. You can rub it in. Yep. Rub it in all you want, Pale Fox and Rodell. Yeah.
Please may he bust out this season and make us all look moronic.
Yes. I want to look stupid when it comes to JJ's.
Me too. Gerald,
that means the Lakers. Yeah, that means the Lakers get a good player.
We can get we can be a part of the same club on that one. I'm into that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pale, you can rub it in all you want if that's the case.
Alan, I don't necessarily want to see. I don't want to see. I mean, listen, I don't expect anybody we draft this season to be in the starting lineup. So I'm looking at these guys as being backups and projects. It's very rare. I can't emphasize this enough. It's very rare that you pick a player in an NBA draft and you turn him around and he's a 20-plus minute per game contributor. Go look at the list of 20-plus minute per game guys from last season. It's either due to injuries, team that was rebuilding like Detroit, or their top 10 pick. It's usually one of those two. Jaquez was an exception. We blew it with Jaquez. Whitmore, there were injury concerns coming out of college. He had a fall like Knecht had, right? And am I saying it right? Knecht?
You Knecht, but Pale Fox says we're all old and moronic because he sees something in JHS that absolutely, or virtually no one else does. So he says he has skills. Maybe at the kitchen, maybe making good dinner or something like that. But he's not shown any basketball skills. At least as a member of Los Angeles Lakers. Yes.
I mean, so there's a couple of people on the blog who have watched the G League games religiously because they're retired and they don't have anything better to do at their time. I am not retired, but I did see him I did tape a couple of G League games specifically to watch Jalen Hood-Schifino. And in the G League, he's fine. He takes the open shot. Sometimes he makes it. He tries. Now SD Hydro's getting in on it too. Everybody's pile on. Gerald and I can take it. We don't care. But we think you guys are all great. We don't care.
The Suns, by the way, the Suns have not drafted Bronny James. They have drafted Deron Holmes II and have traded him to Denver, which I think for Denver is a really good pick.
How did that happen?
That's because Phoenix is cash strapped because they are way over the cap.
So they just but they just picked him and sent him over to Denver.
Yes,
that makes me think they're interesting.
Yes,
I wonder if that means that KCP is gone. I mean, I kind of think he is just because they won't be able to offer. They can offer him enough money, but I don't think they will because, as you say, they are cash strapped. Yeah, that is great for Denver.
Both teams are cash strapped.
So. Yeah, and the Lakers are not uncash strapped, but anyway,
I think this is a good pick for Denver. I really think that's a good pick.
That's a great pickup for Denver.
Yeah.
That's
the Nuggets send the 28th pick and the 56th pick and 2 future second round picks to the Suns. which again, for a team like the Suns, which they've lost a lot of their picks. This is a way that they can recoup a lot of those picks back that they gave up for Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant. So they're getting some of those picks back. So I think it's a good move for them for their future. But DeRon Holmes, he might be a good player. He was someone I was thinking about for the Lakers at 17. So
myself as well. I kind of thought that was. I thought that. Well, I mean, I thought some of the guys that went higher than we picked should have been in the 20s. So I have to admit, I follow college basketball absolutely not at all. So I really have no clue what any of these guys can do. I don't watch overseas basketball. I work. I have a small child. I play banjo. I got a lot going on, so I don't have time to do all this sport watching some of y'all got time for. I watch the Lakers. I have watched the Angels, but I'm boycotting them this season because of Artie Moreno, whom I hate. So I'm just excited. I'm just excited that it feels like we didn't blow it. That's how low a bar Rob Pelinka has set up for himself. He's like, he's like a toddler that every time he stands up, he falls into the coffee table. And then the one time he doesn't fall into the coffee table, you're like, amazing, you're walking. It's a very, 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 very low bar. And maybe he does this intentionally so it looks good whenever he does something not moronic. But I'm just glad we didn't blow it. And it doesn't feel like we blew it. And I think that this bodes well for. I mean, I've never questioned that LeBron will finish his career as a Laker. He's all but said as much. It's not so much if, but at what point, when that will happen. I guess I can imagine a scenario where the front office blows it so bad, or there's some sort of falling out between he and AD, like there was between Kobe and Karl Malone, and something awful happens behind the scenes, and he goes, "Oh, well, I don't want anything to do with this. Get me out of here." I don't think that that's going to happen. I think the plan has been, and I think it's maybe for a long time on his side been, I want to finish my career as a Laker. My kids want to be in LA. My wife wants to be in LA. I want to be in LA, the city, not the team. I'm not going to be on the Clippers. I'm not doing that. I'm going to finish my career as a Laker. And so, I mean, he may do like a perfunctory final season as a Cav, one of those like sign him for the vet minimum and he retires. That might happen, I suppose. I can imagine a world where that happens at any rate, but I don't see him having any meaningful basketball years not as a Los Angeles Laker. And so that it's just not in any of my equations. Like I just don't see it happening, so I don't really consider it as a possibility. I just assume that we're going to pay him the max. It would be great if he took less in terms of team building. Don't think he will because he values his time and his ability. And well, he should. But yeah, Pork, I don't think it's tactical. I think no, I disagree. I think it's specifically tactical. I think the tactic is that he's going to retire on what is one of the greatest teams in the history of sport, in the biggest market, with a bunch of records in his name that he broke in the purple and gold. All the major record holders are Lakers. They're not Cleveland Cavaliers. They're not Miami Heat. There's Boston. There's AI. There's some. It's not that there aren't great players on other franchises, but like, it's part of his plan. It's part of the narrative. It's all built into the idea. I do have a question from your mock draft the other day, which was highly entertaining for the little bit of time that I was able to watch it. Why is Tom trying to construct a team of all centers? He posted on the blog, mock draft, great news, everybody. And I was like, hey, it's a mock draft. There's nothing newsworthy about any of this other than like it was fun. And I'm glad he did it. But like, it was like I traded all of our guards, got Lonzo Ball back, and 3 centers. It was like, so we have like 5 centers on the team. Lonzo Ball and some
It's
other
Trader Tom. Need I say more?
God, I just was astounded. I was like, if this would be the draft that the entire NBA would celebrate boisterously. Like, yes, the Lakers have blown it more than anyone thought possible. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I still can't. And it was the same way last weekend when we were talking about stuff. I had the audacity to suggest they wouldn't draft a center on our show on Saturday. And I don't look at this as a competition. I won. I don't look at it as a who's right, who's wrong. I was right. But I just didn't see the logic. I still don't see the logic. Pale Fox, he doesn't even know where I live.
He did send you cookies, though. His wife did.
Once during COVID.
So he does know where you live. Watch out. He could be behind you.
No, that's my robot. That's my robot up there. That's you might know this. Do you remember Whitney and the Robot? Do you remember that show?
Vaguely, yes.
Oh man. Or you remember what was his name from Beady Beady Beady, hey, but the Buck Rogers robot?
I do, yes, absolutely, because I watched Buck Rogers as a kid.
Yeah,
yes.
That's my Beady Beady Beady, hey Buck robot. I forget the name. I forget his name. It's something funny.
Yes.
It'll come to me.
I remember that absolutely. Absolutely. Just again, it's the Lakers Fast Break. It is, of course, Jamie Sweet from Lakerholics.com. Please support the guys today. Laker Tom, Trading Tom, and Jamie Sweet, and Michael. Big shout out to him over there in Hawaii. He is the guy helping out along with Jamie, and of course with his 5 things and Laker Tom's articles today at Lakerholics.com. The Lakers have drafted at number 17 Dalton Knecht out of Tennessee, a 4-year player, one of the best scorers and shooters in this draft. Right now, the Bucks are on the clock, and right now I'm going to go ahead and get everybody up to date on what's going on. I'm going to update the screen right there. Mission 24 says Trader Tom should open up as a grocery store. I think that's correct. Rob Pelinka is a better GM than Laker Tom. That bar is not high there, though, although he does get a little bit better with the obvious pick of drafting Dalton Knecht this time around. So Sean Harder says, I apologize to you on behalf of all Sean's, Gerald. Now free the Magic Man. No, unfortunately, as Joe went into last night, that's not happening. And I will say this from the bottom of my heart. If you guys could actually read our emails for the past 2 years, and even more, Jamie's been dealing with it for a lot longer, you would understand and respect our decision on that. So
I just want to say, I have nothing but love for Sean. I have nothing but.
We want him to do well. We wish him all the best.
Do well. He is not in a place where he can do this. It's hard for him to be a part of a team right now, and so it's better for sometimes. And as people fans of sport, I think we all understand that sometimes there is. The concept of addition by subtraction is not uncommon in sport or life. And so, it's unfortunate. You don't like to see bad things happen to good people. And Sean's gone through a rough 2024. And so, Sean, we love you. We think of you often. We think of you fondly, and with wishing you well and may your journey become easier and improve and be filled with light.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. Again, wish you the best of luck in all your future endeavors. And we'll just go ahead and leave it at that. But once again, let's get back to the draft. Denver, again, the Phoenix Denver trade, landing Deron Holmes in Denver. Again, Phoenix stocking up on some second-round picks, just trying to get themselves healthy again after giving away a ton of picks for what they have. And that's something that the speculation is out there that Houston, Jamie, might be interested in getting either Booker or Durant off of that roster. Your thoughts when you heard that last night, because there was some positioning in draft picks last night that Houston is going to maybe make a play for Kevin Durant or Devin Booker.
I mean, I hate to say this. This is the time of year when all of the people whose job it is to go on TV and talk about basketball are kind of in my opinion, they're just self-generating content. I didn't really take away a lot from that. I think Ishiba is on the record. Not that means anything. It means as much as, Rob Pelinka saying we had JJ Redick as one of our top candidates when we all know he was like the fourth best candidate before, hoping Ty Lue got fired, hoping Kidd got fired, Dan Hurley. Oh yeah, then yes, our top candidate, JJ Redick there at number 4. But that's beside the point. He's the coach now. We're hoping for the best. I didn't take a lot away from it. I just kind of looked at it as a bunch of people talking about stuff to fill the time. I understand that Houston's probably positioning themselves to to be ready to make a move should somebody like Booker or Durant or Giannis or any number of potentially disgruntled superstars demand a trade at any point between now and the trade deadline in the middle of next season or towards the end of next season. Now it happens way past the halfway point, so you can't really say the middle. I don't see how. I don't see why Phoenix pulls the. I don't understand why Phoenix would gut the team after making Mike Budenholzer the coach for, I think he's like the second highest paid coach in the NBA now, right?
I believe so. Yes.
I think he's the second highest. You don't bring in a guy who's great at taking veterans and building a competitive team. You don't take the best veteran on that team and trade him for a guy who was hurt last season and draft picks. Budenholzer didn't hire on to be a rebuild coach. He's there to win now. So I never saw the logic in Brian Windhorst's statement. I understand why he made the statement because there's nothing to talk about right now. You can only talk about how inexperienced JJ Redick is for so long. You can only talk about how the Boston Celtics are built to be a dynasty, but they're not really for so long. And it's just filler. I looked at it and I took it as nothing but filler. So it didn't move me at all. I was like, yeah, I doubt it. Tom would say like that's because I always pick nothing as my prediction, which is not true. I don't always pick nothing, but also because I base my opinions on logic and empirical evidence, which I know in 2024 is a crazy way to go about life. I don't know what to say. It's just how I've done things my whole life and how I'm going to keep doing them. So it didn't jump out at me. I think that Houston is positioning themselves as any team that is like in a rebuilding mode, but doesn't see a clear path to instant contention. You have to be ready to pounce on those guys, like how OKC was ready to pounce when Shea came on the market. OKC was ready to pounce when Shea came on the market, and they made a great trade that will help them be competitive for the next 10 years. Maybe not quite 10 years, but well into the 2030s. They've got a great core of young players. They've got plenty of picks to put into a trade the way New York was able to just say, no, we really want Miles Bridges. I'm sorry, Miles Bridges.
Mikal Bridges.
Mikal Bridges. Miles Bridges. No, not Miles. Mikal Bridges. And they just one-upped every offer. They went all in. If this is a game of Texas Hold'em and somebody puts $1 on and you don't want to just lose the hand, you got to ante up another $1. So I think that's what I got from that they were just kind of, they knew they were going to draft a center. They liked Sengun, but they didn't like him enough to consider him to be a cornerstone. They have other young centers who, filled in admirably when he went down. And that's how I saw it. I saw them as just like continuing to be in ready to pounce mode. Thank you, JSJ. Don't ever, when Cool Bro asks for my opinion, don't base anything in your lives off of what I
Cool
say.
Bro asks a lot, and I'll just leave it at that.
No, JSJ just said, what did he say? If JV approves, then we approve. And I was just like, don't base your life on things that I think.
Just to get everybody updated on the draft as of now, the Milwaukee Bucks picked up. I said Pucks. Milwaukee Bucks picked up, I believe, AJ Johnson out of the ABL. If I'm correct on that, AJ Johnson out of the Australian Basketball League, Xbox, SB. Aussie, you guys know him down there playing for that league. He is from California, but he did play in Australia's NBL this past season. He was number 23 by Milwaukee. Number 24, New York Knicks have traded that pick to Washington, who is picking up Kaishan George. Just to let everybody know, Kaishan George is going at the 24th pick out of Miami. Hopefully he will develop as a shooter, 6'8" guard out of Miami. Could probably play swing back both the shooting guard and small forward. Again, AJ Johnson out of the ABL. He is now headed to Milwaukee. That seems to be the biggest gamble so far because he has not been projected on as many mock drafts. So we'll see. John Aussie says it's a pretty good pick because he gets to see him a lot. So he's thinking it's a pretty good pick. So great. Thank you for the insight on that, Aussie. Truly appreciate it. Very interesting to see. Rob Pelinka has made his thoughts known in public forum, Jamie. I can see him as a 3-and-D guy who supposedly will be able to guard 2s and 3s. That is always a must-see. I always have to see that first because just because you can guard that guy from, let's just say, Dayton, in the NCAAs, does not mean you can guard a 6'8", slasher or guard. Let's see how good Dalton Knecht on the defensive end really is. So I'm hoping the kid will pan out. But again, it seems like so far that Dalton Knecht is a more ready player now than what we've gotten, and which is something we sorely need to change.
I agree, and I don't see the 3-and-D part yet. I mean, this is the reason I don't watch college sports is because they are amateurs. I don't go and watch mini golfers. I don't go to my local golf course and watch people playing golf. I don't go to the quick track and watch people drive. I don't watch amateurs. It's just not worth my time. The 3-point line is about 2 feet closer. The rules are all different. The other thing that's potentially equitable is, you're playing in front of people, and there can be, if you get into the Sweet 16 or so, or March, if your team gets into March Madness, there's more pressure that ramps up on you. But it's not like the NBA. It's just not even close. It's just not even close. So all these people who Pale Fox, I don't even go see professional strippers. They're also not worth my time. Why pay a lot of money for? I won't say it online. I don't want Gerald. I'll stop it right there so that Gerald doesn't have to do any post-show editing. Because I value Gerald's time as well. I hate it when, and I hated it when Magic Johnson in his introductory news conference for Lonzo Ball was like, someday your number is going to be up there next to mine. It was like, why are you doing this? Or like last season when Darvin Ham said, we want to have a settled starting lineup. Really, it's like, just don't. Why are you putting anybody into a box? You're only going to have to take them back out when the box doesn't, it doesn't fit, when nothing works. Somebody just said, Bronny needs to be his own man. Let Knecht be his own player. All of them. Let them figure out what they're supposed to be. Do you know who shouldn't determine the narrative for these guys? Anybody but themselves. So I'm not going to say like, oh yeah, I see him as a 3-and-D. That's just a slogan. I don't. Who cares about a slogan? I want him to be competitive. I want to see him play hard, and I want to see him buy into what team concepts are put in front of him that work. And even if he doesn't know if they're going to work, just try. This is my number one complaint: is when guys don't try, when they don't compete hard, and when it looks like they're being lazy. There's too much money that is being spent by the fan base for you to not try. There is too much investment for people, like spiritual and psychic and mental investment by people who love the team you're on, whether you're on it or not, for you not to compete hard. These are things anybody can control at any time. Try hard, compete hard. Good things will come of it. I guarantee you. Nobody's going to care about a slogan. If you were a 3-and-D player or a 4-and-Y player or whatever fancy thing somebody comes up with next, it doesn't matter. It's just there because people are filling airtime. You could argue that Gerald and I are the same, except I think that this is actually a quite honest discussion about these things.
Yes. Just wanted to give you an update real quick, Jamie, and everyone out there. The Knicks did trade the 24th pick to the Wizards for the number 26 and 51st pick. But the Knicks, as of now, they moved back. They still have 2 picks in a row, the 25th and 26th.
Yeah.
But the Knicks are in talks to moving the number 26 pick. Wouldn't it be smart if the Lakers, who could still get right by getting Filipowski, who's still on the board, wouldn't that be smart of them if they decided to go ahead and maybe swoop in by getting rid of the number 55 pick, if that's all it takes?
Sure. I could see that. I kind of think that they're stockpiling picks in an effort to move Robinson.
Yeah, probably.
That they're going to try to move Robinson tonight. That's what I think they're trying to do. I think they're trying to move Mitchell.
And maybe
Robinson.
some cash they would have to throw in there because they don't have another first-round pick.
That's all right. That or they're looking to move. They're just looking to restockpile their system because they're going to lose 4 guys, I think, to team options because of the incredibly high amount of money they just paid for OG Anunoby. So they might be looking to literally just these 4 guys worth. I think they have like close to 15 mil in option salary that could be picked up. Maybe it's closer to 20 mil. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. So I could imagine them just simply letting all 4 of those guys walk and just using draft picks to plug them in. Because listen, Tibbs only needs 6 guys anyway, maybe 7. So if you're not one of those top 7 guys, you're kind of extraneous on the Knicks. And Randall's coming back. So if Randall comes back and they keep Hartenstein and they have Anunoby, Robinson really does kind of become an unaffordable luxury for them. Or they're going to sign and trade Hartenstein or something along those lines. I got a question for you, Gerald. How did you feel about, because I haven't talked to you about JJ Redick yet. How did you feel about the JJ Redick introductory news conference?
We discussed this on the show.
Gerald just left. So now it's just me, everyone. You're left with me and me alone. You're mine. I will do with you as I please. No, I'm just kidding. I can see. Can't post it. Oh, everything's gone. Oh, I'm back. I don't know what's going on. This is exciting. I hope you keep all this in post-production, Gerald, because I find it to be incredibly humorous. Let's see. Let's interact with some chatters here while we see what happens to Gerald here. Mission 24. I'm sorry to hear that. If, you do what you got to do, man. I can't. Nobody here can make anybody do anything. And I saw your quote earlier about have you ever watched? Let me see if I can go back and find it. I'm sorry. Because I don't want to put words in your mouth. Gerald, hey.
Sorry. Ever since I got off a hard cable and gone to
Wi-Fi
data T-Mobile, it's not been a pleasant run, but I am saving a lot of money on it. That's all I'll say that. But again, there are detractions from that. Again, having it hold for 3+ hours in our draft is something. But yeah, M24, you wish to do that, that's your choice.
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah. But again, if you knew what we knew, I'm going to end this conversation on it. Okay. So I don't want to see any more free SG or anything like that. I don't want to see any more of that because I will delete all those comments because we moved on. If you knew what we knew, and if you knew what we know, and if you've seen the emails and the very unkind things that have been said, you would not be having discussion now with me. You would say, you know what, you guys tolerated it. I appreciate what you do. I'm going to be here as a viewer long term. But if that's what it takes for you to go ahead and say that because you're siding with the wrong individual, you clearly don't know the whole story. You're not hearing what Joe and I have to say. You're not hearing what Joe and I had to say on it. And I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best. And thank you for the time that you spent in watching us here at the Lakers Fast Break. We'll have many more subscribers. We have 1,600 subscribers and hopefully more chances to interact with other great people such as yourself, who's been good to us over the years. We appreciate your patronage and hopefully you'll decide to return to us. But if you don't know the truth, like we do, then don't make haste. Don't make a hasty decision you might regret. So, and we'll leave it at that. But getting back to the draft, my friend, again, Dalton Knecht, Tennessee, a guy who's going to be playing hopefully a lot of minutes for the Lakers. We'll get to see him in Summer League in the California Classic here very shortly. Yeah, absolutely. At least we didn't pick Bronny. That's what I'm going to say right now.
I mean, he's a late second rounder. I don't all the, you know, every. This is what I mean. Like, what's his name? Simmons.
Ben Simmons.
Not Ben Simmons. The podcaster.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yes, Simmons. Bill Simmons. Yes.
Bill Simmons. Hot Garbage. Yes. Hot Garbage posted that thing where it's like, should the Lakers or should the Celtics draft Bronny James just to dangle him in front of the Lakers? This is what I'm talking about when people are just trying to fill up time. If the Celtics ran their team that way, they wouldn't have just won the NBA championship. They'd be the laughing stock of the NBA. And anybody who's serious about being a basketball fan, anybody who's serious about talking about basketball, like Gerald and I are, knows that that's just not. It's not going to happen. Bronny's going to go, if he goes at all in the draft, above 50. I will bet 5 toenail clippings right here.
Okay.
That's how invested in this I am. 5 whole toenail clippings. Which is to say not invested at all, because we're talking about a project player, right? We're talking about a guy who's not going to contribute right away. He's going to be a late second rounder. He's going to have a whole mountain to climb to carve out a role for himself on an NBA team. I hope he gets to do that on the Lakers. I think that we've set ourselves well up to be a decent development team. I wish there was a way we could have kept Phil Handy in the fold from the last, coaching debacle. I can understand why Phil Handy didn't want to be a part of this anymore. He was part of 2 coaches who were thrown under the bus because the GM is inept. So I get that. That all made sense to me, and I don't hate on Phil for wanting out. But the new CBA dictates that you cannot just buy a team. You cannot just trade for a team. You have to draft and develop part of your team. It doesn't have to be your whole plan, but it has to be part of the plan because you need good, cheap talent. You will not be competitive. You will be like the AARP Lakers. I don't know if anybody on the chat remembers the AARP Lakers from just, 3 short seasons ago, really, when we had Trevor Ariza, when we had every old vet minimum player you could find out there. We had Melo, we had Ariza. There's another guy who his name is escaping me right now. All the old guys, LeBron, AD, and Russ. That was it. And that team didn't even make the plan. That team stunk. That's what you get if you don't develop internal talent. You will get AARP teams where you pick up cast-offs and has-beens and hope that they're okay. It's not a strategy. It's not a winning strategy, at least. I guess it is a strategy because we actually watched it play out over the course of an entire season. But it is not a winning strategy. It is not a viable strategy. So I'm glad to see we've moved on from that. I was glad that we were able to break Russ up into 3 players. All of whom are still on the team, although D'Lo remains to be seen. Anyway, that's my 2 bits on that. Adam Hurley, yeah, I think this is basically replacing Taurean Prince. I don't see us keeping Taurean Prince. I mean, we might if he comes back for $5 million ish. I'm fine with that. You know, he's a great backup. He was miscast as a starter. I don't really blame Taurean Prince for how poorly he was used under Darvin Ham or how much expectation was placed on him under Darvin Ham. That was Darvin Ham's fault, and one of the reasons we all got very tired of Darvin Ham very quickly because he did not learn that lesson ever. Ever. He never learned it.
Now we're getting to, as BD said at Bag and Dragon on Twitch, it is now getting to the crazy point of the draft at the end of the first round, the hijinks, the trading, as far as it's concerned. New York is selecting Pacome Didier, French guard, who is a project or is someone that is not on most draft boards. He is in the second round, some of them not at all. So this could be considered the second reach of this year's draft, but we'll see. New York is trying to actively trade that second draft choice. So we'll see. Thunder. Guess who picks up the number 26 pick? The Oklahoma City Thunder, because the Knicks are trading with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Not that they don't have enough draft picks. So they are drafting Dylan Jones. This is crazy that Kyle Filipowski is still on the board. The Lakers, the message is there, everyone. The Lakers should go after Kyle Filipowski. He's there for the taking.
Did he have like a terrible combine or something? Is that what's happening here?
He might be, or just he's not projecting as a starting center in the league, and he's just projecting as a backup. But with the Lakers, I think he could be a versatile, start him with AD or have him come off the bench. I just see Filipowski, whoever gets him is going to be getting a quality center there. He could slip to the second round. The Lakers, he's going
to slip to the second round. There's only 3 picks left, and none of them need a center. That's a bummer. Bummer for him. Bummer for him. I mean, somebody could trade out of the first round, I suppose. Okay, here's something I want to mention. I'm annoyed that they're not doing the second round tonight. I'm annoyed that we have to wait till tomorrow to watch the second round of the NBA draft. Do you know why? Because it's ridiculous.
It's for Bronny James. It's for me. This is something, again, I mentioned it earlier at the beginning.
This is the gimmick of all gimmicks. It's the gimmick of all gimmicks.
The second round used to be something as an afterthought. They would interview guys that were drafted in the first round. They'd do the analysis. And it'd be like in the background. You would be like the only thing you would know going on in the second round is the ticker going on. And it ended like, the draft would end. The second round of the draft would be like 30 minutes. It would go like that. Now you're spacing it out for an hour, 2 hours, whatever you're doing on that, but you're giving it its own slot. I think a lot of this is about Bronny James. Your thoughts on the second round being moved to Thursday?
I mean, whatever. I don't know if it's specifically about Bronny James. I definitely think it's about expanding the media footprint of the NBA just before the new TV deal.
Yeah, you're probably right on that. That sounds.
I think that's all they're trying to do. I think they're trying to make it feel like baseball or feel like football, which takes like 18 years for a draft to happen. You start your draft. Finishing the 2026 draft, 2006 draft this year.
Get this. OKC is sending 5 second-round picks because, again, they have a ton of draft picks to the Knicks for Dylan Jones.
And the Knicks just got all of their draft picks right back.
Yes.
And Dylan Jones was one of those guys they had the option on. So they picked up, they moved a guy. This is why I'm annoyed with Rob Pelinka and the Lakers for continuing to back him, because we could have Bob Myers right now. Everybody understands that, right? Like, we could have Bob Myers. Think about that for just 1 second. You could have somebody who knows what they're doing. In what world does that not make more sense than what we are currently experiencing as Laker fans? But yeah, in terms of the second round, all that brouhaha, that's a great pickup that's great for New York. They just sent out all their picks, got a high impact player, and they just recouped all their picks within a 24-hour period. Not even 24 hours, much shorter than that. Yeah, Scarlet and Blue, he's so overrated. Oh my gosh, I don't even know how to begin to address that one. No, he's not. He's not so overrated. You know who's overrated? Rob Pelinka. That's who overrated. I just.
Well, he might have saved his job with this pick. We'll see.
I hope not. I hope not. I can't stand Rob. I had a list of I'll if I can find it. It's at work. If I can find it, I'll post it at some point. I had a list of these are the things Rob Pelinka will say, and I only had 5 of them, and I think I got 2 right, like almost word for word. Like I think it was something along the lines of he's going to refer to JJ Redick as he was very high on our internal board or something along that line in terms of our coaching candidates, and we think he's going to usher in a new era for the Los Angeles Lakers in terms of our competitive spirit and something like that. And I think I pretty much nailed a couple of them. But my point is this: is that for somebody who deals specifically in slogans, that being Rob Pelinka, there's very little return for the fans on his sloganeering. We watched him dismantle a championship-winning team piece by piece. We watched him bungle the team in its coaching searches, 2 coaching searches in a row. I don't know if you're a Rob Pelinka fan, please illuminate me as to what it is I'm not seeing, to what it is that I'm not, the nuance of the work that he does. This is what I mean. He sets the bar so low that when he doesn't blow it at his job, everybody's like, yeah, you did it, buddy. I'm not that guy. I'm not that person. I'm just like, okay, you didn't blow it. Great. It's like he's like the guy that it's like perfect that he almost was the real replacement for Jim Buss. Jim Buss, who was like, evaluating basketball talent isn't that hard. Pick any 10 people out of a bar and they'll all basically come to the same opinion as the pro scouts. And it's that disdain for experience that is the problem in our society today. And I just, I just can't stress enough that I truly believe that experience does matter. And in all walks of life. If you don't know what you're doing, you probably shouldn't be doing it.
I agree wholeheartedly. Yes, as we continue on with the draft, definitely 5 second-round picks for yep. But I'm sure again with Oklahoma City, they have a lot of draft picks that they can play with. So definitely we'll be looking to see that they're going to do more stuff like this. Oklahoma City is going to do definitely a lot more stuff like this. There will
in the next 3 years. You'll see this for the next 3 years. They're going to
be giving up like 3, 4, 5 picks for certain players that they're targeting. So
even if they pick all, there's no way they can even put all the picks they could pick on their team. Yeah. It's the roster sizes aren't big enough. You're just going to cutting guys left and right. So you might as well do stuff like this where you're like, all right, we've got this much capital. It's that kind of thing. So I think, like I said, this is great for New York, right? Like New York picked up the option on a guy they were probably just going to let walk, and they got something for him. I mean, 5 second-round picks isn't like, oh, well, now we don't have to worry about how we're going to rebuild your team. You're picking crapshoots left and right with second-rounders. You're honestly picking crapshoots outside the top 10 in most NBA drafts. Really, this one too, more than most lately. And so it's just we'll see. We'll see this. I can't believe this. Filipowski is going to fall out of the first round altogether.
Terrence Shannon Jr. is being picked by Minnesota. I think that's a good, solid pick. He may be able to be a good rotation player for them.
They certainly don't need another center.
Rob Dillingham was another pickup of theirs. So they're looking to bolster their backcourt, guys coming off the bench. We'll see. Ryan Dunn has been picked up by Phoenix. So there was no Bronny James at number 28.
Or Filipowski in the entire first
by
round.
Phoenix. Yes. Not yet. Watch, Boston is still there. So just to let you know, Boston is still there lurking. They could pick it up, or Utah. There's still a couple picks left right now.
Yeah.
Ryan Dunn is a small forward out of Virginia. He is someone that is going to be developed quite heavily. Needs to find definitely an offensive game, but we'll see what happens. But definitely somebody maybe that might be on the lookout. Scarlet Blue says, Jamie reminds you of the guy who walks down the street mumbling out loud with their head down that you could quickly and quietly walk away from.
Okay. I don't mind. Cool, bro.
We've been called worse, a lot worse.
All right.
Yeah, Bag and Dragons predicting Boston will pick up Filipowski. That could be something that they might be interested in, especially if some of their big guys do walk.
None of you want to hear this. Nobody on the chat wants to hear this. I'm probably inside your computer as my day job, so I know what you're doing.
Once again, it is the Lakers Fast Break live NBA draft coverage. The first round is coming close to an end. We truly appreciate you here. Jamie Sweet from Lakerholics.com, one half of the Lakerholics crew. Truly cannot thank him enough for stepping in here. Again, Legend 350 and John Costa, who did have to leave early. They were great parts of what we did as far as the earlier part of our coverage. Cannot thank them enough. Truly appreciate having them here. Again, the Lakers have picked Dalton Knecht out of Tennessee, 4-year player, 23 years old, scorer and shooter, someone who may be able to play both spots, shooting guard and small forward, hopefully for the Lakers and hopefully do it well, but we'll see. It starts next week, or actually tail end. I think what's the 5th or the 6th, the California Classic starts. That's when the Lakers do start playing, and then it gets into the NBA Summer League here in Vegas. So we'll see what's going to go on with that. But yes, Phoenix is 28th, picking Ryan Dunn out of Virginia. Bloodhound, I agree. Terrence Shannon, he might be someone that people will be sleeping on, and obviously his court case, him being acquitted of all charges, obviously did not help his case enough. I mean, I thought he was going to be moving back up draft boards, but that wasn't the case. He's picked right around where most people thought he would be after he started his legal troubles, because he was at one time a lottery pick. But he, with the court case, he dropped down, but Minnesota did pick him up at 27 as well. But yes, Bronny getting picked early was journalism. I don't know. I mean, it just was
yellow journalism. Yellow journalism. That's
bait and switch. Bait and switch. I would probably say it's just this was not reality.
They got to talk about something. This is what I'm saying. Like, they can't just be like, well, here we are on Inside the NBA.
Scarlet Blue says this has to be one of the most boring drafts of the last decade.
They're all boring, man. They're all boring.
All projects, at least. Again, this is not supposed to be expected to be a good draft. So
no,
the Jazz are targeting USC's Isaiah Collier, which I know Stone still had ranked high. Isaiah Collier, heading into the college season, was the number 1 rated draft prospect, and he fell hard after a rough season at USC. His prospects dropped really hard. The Jazz are picking him up. There's very big questions about his outside shot. So I know Stone is really high. That was, I think, is one of his top 3 on his board. Still, Isaiah Collier. So I know that will say that the Jazz are really getting a good pickup in Isaiah Collier out of USC. Score mentality, someone who can play, as far as that guy that's going to go ahead and drive to the basket, get you those buckets when you need them. Hopefully get the guy that maybe filling the role of Jordan Clarkson. So that could be the case that Jordan Clarkson may be on the move. THT is a free agent. See how that's worked out for him. He still has time to develop. He still is a relatively young man.
Did you hear that? Yeah. He's got long arms.
Yeah, he's got long arms. His famous quote when he was drafted. He's got long arms. That he does. But we'll see what happens with THT, because he is a free agent, I believe, as well. Jordan Clarkson, this does make him more available to teams out there. There needs to be another Scarlet and Blue. Yes, at some point in time, they should go announce more projects, because that's what we're seeing at this point in time in a lot of cases. Isaiah Collier, I still think, can make a good contribution to the league. Yes, Utah is selecting Isaiah Collier at number 29. So we are almost at the end of a long day here at the Lakers Fast Break. It is, of course, Jamie Sweet, along with me, Gerald Glassford. Truly appreciate you watching and listening. Again, cannot thank you enough. Please like and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so you get the latest notifications on when we'll go live on the air, like tomorrow for the second round of the NBA draft. But Jamie, again, truly appreciate the time that you've taken here. With your talks on Laker Tom, what has your most recent conversations with Laker Tom been at Lakerholics.com?
Oh, wow. Let's see. We talked about Pale Fox. That's a good one. Is Kurt Affair in the chat? I haven't seen Kurt in a while. Kurt's always
Kurt, yeah, I think he's gone now, but he wasn't
okay.
drafted.
He was in the draft. Okay, Kurt's always good for a couple of laughs. I like Kurt's jokes.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
I mean, the most recent thing is me trying to talk Tom out of his "we need 12 centers on the roster" vision. I mean, he's just, when he gets an idea in his head, it's just so hard for him to. It's not until like well after the fact or it's happened and it doesn't work out that he'll be like, oh, I can't believe this isn't working. And furthermore, I'm not going to admit that I was ever behind it. I'm just going to say that it's terrible now. And it's like, well, but no, I remember weeks ago you were advocating for us to trade all of our good players for Lonzo Ball. And in fact, you did so on a mock draft and then drafted 2 centers. So I don't know.
My question is, will Boogie Ellis be drafted ahead of Bronny?
I mean, these are, probably. My personal opinion, Bronny should have gone back to college.
Oh, that's many opinions. That's my opinion.
He would have done himself a world of good just going back to college. And I think if he had played just as well as he did this season in college, which I don't think he would have. I think that he definitely had setbacks last season. He had a heart attack, which I think kind of gets swept under the rug a lot. He had to recover from that before he could play. And as a result, I think he spent most of his college time getting back to a level of conditioning that I think he was able to showcase a little bit in the combine. And so I think that had he stayed at USC, had he just said, I'm coming back to college next season, like right away, and shut all the noise down and then gone to the gym and focused on improving, he would have had a much better second year at college. He would have gotten more fundamentals, absorbed more fundamental skills, and been that much more NBA ready. And that's what I think he should have done. Now, having said that, I'm no Nostradamus. I don't have tarot cards. He's his own person. He did what he thought was best for himself and his future. You have to believe that. Otherwise, he's making a terrible mistake. If he doesn't believe in what he's doing, it's definitely the wrong thing. So, there's no getting out of his shadow and blue. I mean, it's just not. You're just not going to do it. His dad is the all-time leading everything. He's going to be the all-time leading everything by the time he retires. And so, would it be any worse? In a way, I almost feel like it's better if he's on the Lakers because he's not going to have to face questions about, well, you're facing your dad, huh? Does this bring up a lot of emotions for you? Or how do you feel? Blah, 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 blah. Just people filling space. So I hope he gets, for his sake, I hope he gets drafted. Let me put it this way. If he doesn't get drafted, I think that's the biggest risk, because now you can't go back to college.
And his representatives already said that he will not accept a 2-way contract.
Right. You're not right. So now you're basically saying like what, you're going to pull a LiAngelo Ball and go play in like Turkey or wherever, or LaMelo Ball and go play in Australia. And maybe that's part of the plan, right? Like maybe the backup plan is I go and play in this country or that country where I've always wanted to go and see the sights or whatever. But I
would have been better going to USC, back to USC, because they've got a new coach there. Musselman, I think, is a really good college coach. I really think he could have centered a game around Bronny. Bronny would have been the starting shooting guard, and it would have made a lot more sense. But that's just me. So.
Yeah, no, I can't agree more, Gerald. I mean, I don't even know if sending him to Ohio State is the right move, Sean Harder. Like, I think that's. I mean, in a way, it doesn't matter, right? This is all just would have been, could have been, should have been, but not, and so that's it.
No, and the final pick. Yep, Kyle Filipowski is now a second-round draft pick as the Boston Celtics, scum of the earth that they are, have selected Baylor Shireman at number 30. So with that, our first round has concluded. I will go ahead and I will give everybody the update here, and we'll go ahead one last time to go ahead and update, and then we'll hear some final thoughts from Jamie before we head on out. Almost 4 hours of coverage brought to you here, and I want to thank everybody who was part of that coverage, and also everybody that took the time out of the day to watch us and listen to us here at the Lakers Fast Break. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it up now. We're going to start off with Zachary Richeche, who is the number 1 draft pick. He went to the Atlanta Hawks. Alex Sarr went to the Wizards. Reed Shepherd went to the Rockets. Stephen Castle went to the Spurs. Pistons drafted Ron Holland. I think that's going to be. I think he's going to get 20. I think he's going to average 20 in the league. I think he's going to be a scorer. He went to the Pistons. I think it would have been a better fit on the Hornets, but that's just me. Tijani Salon went to the Hornets. Donovan Clingan went to the Trailblazers. Rob Dillingham was drafted by the Spurs, but then traded to the Timberwolves. So the Timberwolves get Rob Dillingham out of Kentucky. Zach Edey, after much speculation on where he would go, many people in our audience wanting him to go to the Lakers, went to the Memphis Grizzlies at number 9. Cody Williams went to the Jazz at number 10. Bulls drafted Matas Bucelis out of the G League Ignite. And remember, after the second round, there will be no more G League Ignite players available because the G League Ignite will be no more. Nikola Topic went to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Devin Carter went to the Kings. Bub Carrington, because Bub is his nickname, got traded to the Wizards after he was drafted by the Trailblazers. Khalil Ware, 7-footer out of Indiana, was drafted by the Heat. Jared McCain out of Duke went to the Sixers. Dalton Knecht out of Tennessee went to the Los Angeles Lakers. The Orlando Magic went with Tristan da Silva. Jacoby Walter went to the Raptors. Cavaliers drafted Jalen Tyson. Yves Missy went to the Pelicans. Deron Holmes went to the Suns. The Bucks drafted A.J. Johnson, who is a California player that went overseas to play in Australia. The Knicks drafted Kaishan George, who was traded to the Wizards. By the way, Deron Holmes was traded from the Suns to the Nuggets. Wanted to go ahead and make sure I clarify that as well. Knicks drafted Pacome Didier, who's also a French player. So I think, 5 French players were drafted in the first round, I believe. Dylan Jones was drafted by the Wizards and then traded to the Knicks, then traded to the Thunder. Timberwolves drafted Terrence Shannon Jr. The Denver Nuggets, I'm refreshing here. They drafted Ryan Dunn out of Virginia, who was reportedly traded to the Suns. Jazz drafted Isaiah Collier, and you just heard the Celtics pick right there for you, Baylor Shireman at number 30. So with that said and done, we are done for today. BD and Parade on Figaro on Twitch. Want to give a big shout out to you guys as our Twitch viewers. Also, everybody that took the time out of their day to watch us on Facebook. Big shout out to you, Aussie, and everyone else there. And of course, everyone on YouTube for driving me insane as you always do. I truly appreciate it. But again, great to also have you here for 4 hours. 4 hours nearly of coverage of the first round draft. Jamie, some final thoughts, my friend, before we head on out.
Take a nap, Gerald. Jeez Louise. You're a glutton for punishment. I know you don't sleep, so.
Sometimes. I do try to sometimes. But
good man. At least 4 hours a day. At least 4 hours. Minimum of 4. I just, like I said, Rob's put himself in a great position to not look like an inept moron. So great job, Rob. You didn't blow it. You picked the best player that fits with what we need right now.
I can't say it's a steal yet. Like
No.
like Scarlett says, let's see him play first.
Yeah, no, these are all amateurs. Let's see him in the Summer Classic. Let's see how he does in camp. Let's see who the Lakers bring in or get rid of. But it shores up. It's great to have a developing shooting guard, small forward in the mix, who's a top 20 pick, and that's good enough for me in the draft, picking at 17. I wasn't expecting us to pick the next anybody at all. There it is. So I don't know that there's anything more to it than that. Like, we didn't need a center. We didn't draft a center. We might need a point guard, but there probably isn't an impactful point guard left that high in the draft, to be honest, these days. Those guys get swept up right away. If you can shoot and play make, you're gone in the top 10. You're gone in the top 10. So, and if you play any kind of defense, you're probably gone in the top 5. So somebody like that wasn't going to fall to the Lakers. They're all going to be bigger players, more project-based players. And, like JJ Redick said, and like Darvin Ham said before, Lakers are going to be focusing on young player development. If you don't believe me, go back and watch Darvin Ham's press conference, because I did. Because I was just curious to see how much of it would be a retread. It's a little more than I think I was comfortable with. But, we're here. This is where we're at. I don't know if it moves Rui to the bench, but I just think that we're in a great place in terms of we didn't trade the pick for, and like all of our best players for Zach LaVine, right? Like that would have been
Not yet, anyways. Not yet.
Stop, Joe. Stop. Don't throw some salt. Find a witch doctor.
I'm hoping not, man, but you never know this team. They love those names. They love those names. They love the names.
What's a name player? He's an all-star. Give him everything they want.
Yes. So that's, you and I both have seen this before.
No, I know. I live in fear of that. I would be a little bit more okay with Trae Young, I guess, because at least Trae Young plays. But like anybody who's ever said like, oh, we should trade 4 young great players and all of our draft picks for Ben Simmons, as Laker Tom has done in the past, I find that to be absolutely insane. So and for me, LaVine is basically all the Aussies are in the same boat. They don't play unless you're Steven Adams, and he had a freak accident, and I love Steven Adams. But Ben Simmons doesn't play. Zach LaVine doesn't play. I don't know what it is about Australia. They have brittle bones down under, I guess. I don't know what it is, but they have a hard time staying on the court at the pro level. So I'm going to just say no to LaVine. I'm certainly just say no to Ben Simmons. And I would rather us not get Trae Young. But at least with Young, you would get a legit three-point shooter who, in theory, would open up the floor, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. I just don't think it's worth it. Not unless Atlanta gives us draft picks to take him. Then maybe we're onto something there.
Yeah, good luck on that one, my friend. But before we end it out, Stone, these are the players on his big board that are still out there that could be picked up or should be picked up tomorrow in the second round of the draft. You'll see his 13th ranked player, Isaiah Crawford, Jalen Wells, his number 16th ranked player, Kyle Filipowski, who we've talked about, Nikola Jurcic, at number 18, Kevin McCullough Jr., Jonathan Mogbo, and Tyler Smith. You see those guys there. Those guys will most likely be selected somewhere in the second round. Your thoughts? Do you think the Lakers should go hard after Kyle Filipowski tomorrow? He's going to be one of the names at the top of the second round, most likely.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing him fall much farther. If only because you have to pick the most. Once you hit the second round, you just really ought to pick the best player available. You shouldn't be like, well, we don't need a center. No, if there's a good center available, you pick the center and you live with it. If at worst, you trade him on down the line. So it's I love hearing Stone's take on things. I think he does by far the most research out of any of us. It's really not even close. It's like between him and who Rafael Barlow used to come on the show a while back. Doesn't really have, not really. he's at a level above, and all more power to him for it. But like, those are the guys who put in the time. Those are the guys who travel and go places to watch players. We, the rest of us, are all we're more. At least I can really only speak for myself. I'm a viewer. So I was excited about. I was excited to see that all those guys are outside. I think the Lakers could get up. I don't know if they can crack 50, but I think they can move up within the 50s. I don't think they can get into the 40s. I don't think they can get a. Is it correct to say a top 10 second rounder? I don't think they can get a top 10 second rounder. They're going to pick a top 20 second rounder, and I would love to see if they could move up to the high 50s, 50. I don't think Filipowski is going to fall that far. I think that it would be astounding if he did, and if he's there, whenever we pick in the second round, we definitely should pick him. Other than that, I think it's going to be Bronny. I really do. I think the Lakers will do LeBron a solid. I think that they'll view him as enough of a project with enough latent talent, or however you want to, whatever. So that's it. That's what I think is going to happen. If it doesn't, oh well. I won't be all that busted up about it.
It'll provide good conversation for you guys on the weekend on Laker Holic Spotlight.
I can't wait. Oh, look, we didn't draft a center. Which of the two of us was predicting such a thing? Let's see if I can.
Jamie, your glass is half empty. Your glass is half full.
Jamie, Tom,
we love you, Laker Tom.
I love you, Laker Tom. I just like to give you a hard time because you give me a hard time.
As he does to us whenever he's here.
That's right.
Yeah, but he was great on the mock draft. I really like the fact because he only asked for one team, of course, the Lakers, and he called it in advance 2 weeks. I said, that's fine. Absolutely. You got it's all yours. But he came in, the fact that he wanted to facilitate trades, no matter how crazy they were, was enjoyable, and it made it more entertaining for the entire draft. And I know Legend 350 and also as well Stone Hansen and also as well Alfred Esmond all appreciated Laker Tom on the show, and I did as well. Absolutely.
Can you imagine if he was? Can you imagine if he was a real GM?
Well, he wouldn't be a real GM for long, but yeah, that's the case. Kurt Affair says Laker Tom. He's back. Kurt Affair's back. Laker Tom traded Jamie for a 12-pack of Coke. He missed you, Kurt. He missed you. He was wondering where you were. There he goes. There he goes indeed. But once again, it is the Lakers Fast Break. Truly appreciate everyone stopping by.
Kurt's got jokes. I love Kurt. Good job. That's a good one, Kurt.
We love Kurt here. We missed him. He was gone away for us for a while. We missed him every day. We miss each and every one of you every day, whether you're new or you're a part of what we're doing for a long time. We truly appreciate and value you here with us. Yes, went to go grab something to eat. That's what I'm going to be doing after the show, and maybe as Sean says, and a bong. Oh my gosh!
And it would have been like the little mini Cokes, the little halvesy ones.
Oh, now the weed comes out. Now Alan's got. Hey, good to have you back, Alan. But yes,
nice to see Alan. I saw he was up there earlier. They've all been lurking.
Yes, they've all been lurking indeed. But it is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. Truly appreciate you joining us. We will be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Unless there's something major going on, we'll be back at 1 p.m. right on 1 p.m. sharp when they start the second round. That one probably will have a little less fanfare, but it will still be on ESPN. Follow along, but we'll go ahead and talk about it. And again, the countdown to Bronny James being a Laker, we'll find out. So Joe may no longer be with us after tomorrow. So
Joe Soro?
Yes, because he said that if Bronny gets drafted, he is not watching Laker games anymore.
That's just hot air. Come on, you know that. I'm not.
But he said.
But you know what? I shouldn't say that because I'm a lifelong Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim in California from the United States of America on planet Earth fan, and I'm not. I'm not doing it this year. I'm not going back until Artie sells. I can't do it. I can't do it. After
There you
Ohtani, after the Ohtani debacle, I unless they come out and trade Trout and say we've been blowing it for the last 10 years, we're going to rebuild. Okay, great. At least you're being honest. But don't try to sell me that you're competing for anything other than BS, because you're not. So anyway, this is an Angel podcast, and I'm glad of it because they disgust me right now.
Not too many of those around with the way they play, but I'll leave it at that. But once again, it is the Lakers fast break. I told you they should have traded Ohtani and Trout a long time ago. I was right. Set your watch to it. Set your watch to it. He always gets hurt. So I'll let you know.
And says Rendon. They don't make it 2 months.
Yeah, no, they don't. But once again, it is the Lakers fast break. Thank you so much for being part of our NBA draft coverage. Truly appreciate you joining us for it. Alan says, Gerald, need to check the countdown for Joe's. Yes.
Yeah, you've read and seen The Watchmen, right, Gerald?
Yeah.
The doomsday clock that they have going the whole time. That's what you need.
I'm going to say T minus 17 hours. I think that's about right. I think that might be where 55 falls. So T minus 17 hours to the end of Joe. He is somewhere traveling north. So wish him safe travels indeed. But he's going to chime in before that time comes. So hopefully we'll get a chance to hear that. Stone said via text that he is going to stop by tomorrow at some point in time to discuss all the Lakers goings on and also the NBA draft as well. Sean said Kurt is podcast gold. Absolutely. Again, Kurt, always great to have everyone here that spends the time, whether I agree or disagree with you. And many of you disagree with me. Many of you disagree with Jamie. We are still glad to have you here. But Jamie, thank you again.
Please do disagree. It's no fun if everybody's like,
yes. Big shout out to John Costa, Clutch Talk and Lakers Corner. Big shout out to the Legend 350 on YouTube for stopping by, spending 2 hours with me. Then Jamie picking up the rear, doing a great job of it, man. Even when my internet said I gotta quit.
Pick up rears.
Yeah, even when my internet said I gotta go. Yes, I'm glad you were able to help me out then, bailing me out when I needed the most. So truly appreciate it. Nick Molina behind the scenes, Laker Nick, sending us important messages behind the scenes. So always appreciate him as well. Big shout out to all you guys. But Jamie, again, I think we're in a good mood this year. Last year was kind of down because of what the Lakers picked, because it was a little down because we thought we saw players that the Lakers could pick up that would be better in the rotation right away, and unfortunately for us, it worked out that way. But hopefully, again, we'll all be proven wrong on JHS, and Pale Fox will be proven right, and hopefully that's the case. The Lakers will be the beneficiary of that, but we'll see. Again, tomorrow is the Bronny Invitational, aka the second round. We'll see what happens. But Jamie, great to have you here. Any last thoughts, my friend, before you head it on?
I'm good, man. Thanks, everyone, and thank you, Gerald.
Thank you for joining us. It is the Lakers Fast Break. Like and subscribe. Please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button before we head on out. And please be a part of everything that we do right here at the Lakers Fast Break podcast. Thanks again for everybody who stayed with us, and stay safe.